not be in today, and which would remove him from jury service. We did contact him, not me, but the bailiff. He has been fully vaccinated, so the odds of him passing him this on, if it is COVID, it could be a lot of other things too. The odds of that being passed on are pretty small. Jurors have been maintaining not 6 feet, but they've been maintaining approximately 3 feet distance from each other, and they should be also fully vaccinated, or else they should be wearing masks. So my plan is to replace number 9 with the first lowest numbered alternate person, and you all know who that is, as a juror, and just go forward. I also intend to talk to the jury about this when they come out, and see if they're going to have any issues with it. So is that all right? Anything from the prosecution? Nothing from the CBI.
Okay. Your Honor, how do you plan on talking to the rest of the jury about it? Individually or as a group? Or
As a group.
Okay. And then if they want to talk about it.
If they want to talk about it individually, we can do that.
Okay.
So with that, so you're okay with that?
Everyone who's without a mask is vaccinated. Juror number 9's the closest one to the flat screen TV and the witness stands, where counsel spends a certain amount of our time during the examination. So that does cause concern from our part. I do not object to the court's process.
All right. Well, I believe you guys are fully vaccinated too, or you'd be wearing masks. So just go ahead.
Thank you. The people have no objection for letting the jury know why the jury is no longer with us the trial. I would also ask for
Oh yeah. And that's fine. I was planning on that, assuming I remember to do it.
Mr. Johnson. Thank you, Judge. Just briefly, our next witness is Ray Randolph. There was extensive cross-examination at motions hearing on her testimony. As the court recalls, her testimony was more expansive there because it didn't just include the single instance of the pillowcase and trailing here. Mr. Moran, at that hearing, had a line of questioning about her a disciplinary action, an attorney regulation. I would move to exclude that line of questioning. I don't think it's relevant here. And there are plenty of questions that Mr. Moran can ask directly about training records in a handling capacity. So I think under 403, that's more prejudicial. And then I just want to make sure we stay tightly focused on the trailing, as I intend to do for the court's order.
Mr. Moran?
Actually, Ms. Randolph is my witness, so I can address this, Judge. That is correct. We've all reviewed the transcript of the Shrek hearing regarding Ms. Randolph. The questioning regarding ARC's action with Ms. Randolph's license was addressing several different issues. One was, I think it was commingling of clients' funds, charging an unreasonable fee, and not keeping proper records of clients' trust funds. The line of questioning at the motions hearing was tied directly to statements she had made that her record keeping regarding dog training and SELA was not up to caliber, and that in fact record keeping for her had been, in her own words, not up to caliber. So I think and the fact of the matter is that she's also testified at that hearing and provided information that she tries to train her dogs in accordance with all sorts of scientific procedures, requirements by other groups. So, and there are minimum requirements for record keeping regarding trailing dogs, accreditation, training, and whatnot. And I think it's fair cross-examination to make inquiry of her about her lack of good record keeping on these issues, something that she's admitted to and something that's, I think, abundantly clear in the information we received from her. And if she denies that record keeping has been a struggle or that it hasn't been up to caliber, I think that opens up impeachment materials, including the finding by ARC that her license that she be put on probation for 2 years, all but 90 days suspended, provided she did some other stuff because of her lack of good record keeping. So this is an issue in her law practice, and it's an issue in how she trains dogs.
Well, first of all, I've not read her disciplinary opinion or record. I haven't seen that. However, I am aware, well, I believe that wasn't the major focus of the disciplinary action. It was something else regarding an inmate at the jail, and I won't go any further than that. And I think it was an unthinking thing that she did, not a conscious thing. I thought that was the major reason she had the problem. These other things were probably related. I don't see it as being something that's fair game at this point. It's really something, I would tend to agree with Mr. Johnson that it's a 403 problem, and I'm going to initially deny cross-examination of that issue under 403. However, I do agree with you, Mr. Bogan, it more or less depends on her testimony also, and that might become fair game. So if you plan on going that direction, just ask her to approach the bench and we'll talk about it up here. I'll have to listen to what she has to say. So that's number one. Number two, I'm sure you will limit it, other than the record keeping, that you'll limit your testimony to the trailer and nothing else. Because that was pretty much what I said in my order.
Right. I mean, and while we're on the topic of Ms. Randolph, one of the people's exhibits shows the reliability rating of Sella, and it lists several different dates where the dog either smelled stuff or didn't. And at least 3 of those dates regarding her performance or reliability rating, she was doing training on not just trailing, but cadaver work as well. So, and I know that
I would think that's okay, Mr. Do you have an issue about that, Mr.
Actually, Judge, I can clarify too, in reviewing the exhibits, I prepared more exhibits than we're actually admitting, depending on how testimony goes. I think that's 187. I don't intend to admit that. I do intend to just ask her about her training and about lost records as well. So I think all these topics are going to come up, but I'm not putting 187 in at this juncture.
All right. If counsel's strategy as to 187 changes, I'm going to want to make a further record regarding that, because I think there's things in that exhibit that are not relevant to the work that happened at the La Plata County Fairgrounds in 2012. And I don't want to say the cadaver word, because that's an electric third rail with this witness, that she's not allowed to testify about.
It'll be an interesting hour and a half, however long it lasts. So with that, can I bring up the jury?
By all means.
go ahead and do what you need to do first. Oh, yeah, I did hear that, so we're good on that. Okay. Ray Rice, please. All right, we can be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we're missing one of your members, and because this is being streamed and for privacy reasons, I'm not going to refer to the juror by name. So I'm not trying to be rude, but that's just trying to be nice, I guess. I do want to let you know that this juror did have a fever, so he's not here. Doesn't necessarily mean that he got COVID. He has informed us that he's fully vaccinated, has been fully vaccinated for quite a while. So if it is COVID, the odds of him passing it on are fairly small. You all should not have a problem with it either, because you should all be vaccinated since you're not wearing masks. And I just need to know if this is going to cause anybody a problem in terms of being able to concentrate on the case, or they're going to be worried about their safety so much they can't serve as a juror. And if anybody wants to talk about that now, you can. If it's something that you would rather talk about outside the presence of other people, we can do that also. So does anybody have any issues with that going forward with the case? Okay. If you change your mind, let Cindy know, and we'll talk to you about it. What that also means is because it's such a long trial, we did have 4 alternates. So one of the persons, I know you don't know who the alternates are, we do. So one of the jurors who was going to be an alternate has now been made a member of the actual jury. So we won't have a problem in terms of our numbers. With that, prosecution's first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Ray Randolph.
Okay, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Have a seat. Please speak up louder than that, okay?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please start by introducing yourself to the jury by your full name?
I'm Ray Randolph. My last name is spelled Randolph.
And ma'am, what do you do for work?
Right now, I am working with a children's book that I just wrote. A book to help kids recover from the grief of losing a dog.
What was your previous occupation?
I was a criminal defense attorney for 35 years.
And where did you practice?
For about 22 of those years, I practiced in Minneapolis, St. Paul area in Minnesota. And then I moved out here to Colorado and practiced down here in the southern areas of Montezuma County, La Plata County, and Archuleta County.
And back in 2012, were you practicing here as a defense attorney?
Yes,
And did you also do volunteer work at that time with search and rescue?
yes. I started doing volunteer work with search and rescue in the latter part of 2006.
2006?
Yes.
Until when?
I'm still part of La Plata County Search and Rescue, but I'm not as active with that particular group as I used to be, but I still have a dog that is used.
Okay. So in mentioning a dog was part of your work with search and rescue, working with canine units.
Yes, I had a dog that I started with there that has passed.
Okay. And when did you start handling canines in general?
That dog I got in 2006 and started working to train her that year, and she passed in 2013.
Was that your first dog that you handled?
Yes,
And was that Selah?
that's Selah.
And then I want to talk just a little bit about search and rescue, but what types of functions does search and rescue use dogs for?
They use dogs for finding lost people, children of all ages, and they also use dogs to clear areas on some of our larger searches. When there's a lot of different assets in the field, you might have a technical ropes team, people on the ground. Dogs are very useful to clear areas to keep other valuable assets elsewhere.
So if someone's lost in the woods, is a dog a useful tool to try to locate them, for example?
Oh, yes.
And you talked about Selah. You got her in 2006, around the same time you started with search and rescue. Did you have any kind of background into handling, or is that when you got interested in it?
I had a little bit of background back when I lived in Minnesota with my first German Shepherd. Kind of learned a little bit about the game there, but really started to, I bought Selah specifically for the purpose of search and rescue. And
were there more than one canine unit in search and rescue around 2012?
Yes. There were, when we say canine unit, you mean a handler and a dog?
Yeah.
Yes. I don't remember exactly the number. I remember 5.
Okay.
Off the top of my head.
5 different teams working with search and rescue.
Yes.
Okay. So can you give the jury a little bit of the overview of the specific trainings you've had in the area and how you developed the knowledge about canine handling?
As I started to say, back in Minnesota, I had a shepherd that I got a little bit of background on trailing with that particular dog. Then when I moved here, I specifically wanted a dog that had that in her genetic pool. And because I liked that whole process of trailing. So I started with a trainer. I asked my breeder, Selah's breeder, where to start in terms of training. She recommended a woman up in Montana by the name of Chris Goodhue, Tri-State Canine. And I started going to seminars with her, with my dog Selah. I think it was in 2007.
Okay. And then did you have other dogs over the years and do other trainings, et cetera, leading up to 2012?
Selah was my only dog during that period of time, up to 2012.
From 2006 to 2012?
Yes.
Okay. And then how about after that? You said you're still currently working with search and rescue?
Yes.
Have you continued to learn about dogs, handling, and deploy them in the field?
Yes. So in 2013, I got my current dog, Oso, and I've gone further with him. He's multi-certified through North American Police Working Dogs in human remains detection, obedience, which I question sometimes, but he is certified in obedience, and he was also certified. So he's been multi-certified in those disciplines.
How about trailing?
I've never tried to certify him in trailing. I'm concentrating just on human remains detection
Hold on a
with
second,
him.
please.
I don't think this canine's relevant also to the proceedings today, Judge.
I can move on, Judge.
Please do.
So I want to turn your attention back. You're talking about this idea of how you use the dog in the field. So with Selah, what specific training did Selah have related to trailing? Actually, let me ask you a question first. Sorry about that. What is trailing?
Well, trailing, some people say tracking and trailing to mean the same thing. They're two distinct things. Trailing is following odor, typically close to the ground, but odor can also move. So they're not necessarily in a tracking scenario following a straight line like this. In tracking, it's more of a term used amongst like the Schutzhund competition people. And in tracking, the dog's nose is following actual footprints, so disturbed vegetation and that kind of thing. In trailing, a large component is the scent discrimination issue, because part of what we do to train a dog in trailing.
Hold on a second.
I don't think this witness has been qualified and offered as an expert yet. I understand that there's been some foundational work and questioning regarding what trailing is, but now that we're getting into scent discrimination, I think the foundation is lacking at this time for her to talk to the jury about that.
I think that's probably correct, Mr. Johnson.
Sure, Judge. I'll ask a couple more questions on another note and circle back.
Okay.
So, Ms. Randolph, have you had training specific to trailing over the years?
Yes.
And what kind of trainings have you gone to from, let's target the 2006 to the 2012 timeframe?
I went to several specific trailing seminars where I learned the scent discrimination aspect and trailing with this dog. She was bred for this in particular, so it was me that had to learn how to tell her or teach her scent discrimination and the reward. You can
To direct you to the sort of foundational questions, how many seminars have you been to about trailing kind of work?
I recall 4.
Okay. And are those like weekend-long things, or are they single day? What do they look like?
They were, I think all of them were with Chris Goodhue. She might have had another trainer with her, but they were all with Tri-State. And so they would have been at least 3 days, probably more like 4 days long.
And then when you do those seminars, do you take that knowledge and did you do actual training with Selah yourself?
Absolutely.
What is that? Is that training that you do exercises for reliability, et cetera?
We did exercises, taking what we learned at those seminars and applied them here. A lot of times we mention the search and rescue group as a whole, the large group. We like to say it takes a village to train a dog. And so a lot of times we were using, it wasn't just me training my dog, it was whoever I could round up at search and rescue to help with that process. Because in scent discrimination training, you need to use various people, various terrains, various scenarios. And so we were constantly incorporating that with other people, volunteers from the larger team.
These are the other teams within search and rescue too?
Yes.
And then how often were you doing training exercises on a weekly basis?
If I could get someone to lay a track for me or lay a trail for me in a park, it kind of varied. Definitely it was once a week with the large canine team. And then because all of us, that's the day we could all get together. If there was time during the week that I could get someone, like I started to say, lay a trail for me through a contaminated area, I would do that. It was on, I would say a good average was twice a week consistently, but that would also vary if I had time away from work and that kind of thing.
And then I'll circle back to this in more detail, but generally speaking, did you also deploy Selah out in the field in those years?
Yes.
Multiple times?
She had approximately 10 different missions.
And then, did you at one point, we'll get into this in more detail too, but at one point, did you bring her through the certification process on trailing?
I did.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move to qualify Ms. Randolph as an expert in scent trailing, canine handling and search and rescue, and scent-specific handling.
I want one answer, and then I'll let you respond. When you say you put her through the trailing certification, or if I'm getting that right, I forget, is that the right word? Yes, trailing the certification. Was she certified? I guess is my question.
Yes, she was.
All
She
right.
passed, yes.
Response?
Wadir, following up on the court's question,
Yes.
when was that certification?
It was May of 2010.
And very specific question here. Do you have documentation of those once to twice a week exercises with local search and rescue?
I believe the ones that I have been disclosed in discovery.
The ones that you have documentation of have been disclosed.
Objection, Judge, beyond the scope, and we're going to cover this. Beyond the scope of the actual voir dire.
I think it is, Mr. Bogan. I think it is something that's probably right for cross-examination.
We'll renew our objections for the record based upon previous proceedings and object as to foundation and as to lack of certification.
Well, based upon previous proceedings and what's been presented here, the court does qualify Ms. Randolph as an expert in as a handler of trailing dogs.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Ms. Randolph, let me direct your attention now. I want to talk specifically about Selah. So what breed was Selah?
She was a German Shepherd dog, Czechoslovakian line.
Is that a typical dog used in this type of trailing work?
Oh, yes.
And then now you had started to tell the jury about trailing, and I just want to finish that topic. And I think you had gotten as far as saying it's scent specific and the odor moves around in the air. Can you explain how that translates to the work that you do on search and rescue?
Okay. So I need to give just a little bit of information before I go into that. The way a trailing dog, and a dog of this caliber would smell or distinguish odor is if we walk into a room and we smell spaghetti sauce cooking on the stove, we smell spaghetti sauce. A dog can discriminate the difference between the tomato, the oregano, olive oil, the different ingredients specifically within that. They smell all of those things separately. So when you're training in trailing, if you have a specific odor, say it's a little girl, or let's say it's me, and you want Selah to find me, you have to have a scent article that's associated with me, something that I've worn, something that I use, something that is mine. And so as a handler, you have to be very careful when you get that scent source that you're going to train your dog on, that you are the one that collects it. Because when I scent her on a scent article, she's going to distinguish, there's Ray's hand, this is Ray and her odor, but here's this other odor here that's got all the collective odors of whoever it is I'm having her track in that scent article, so that she's able to distinguish in her brain and learn, I'm not tracking mom because she's right here, I'm tracking this. And so we teach that inherent skill that she has, teaching her that to discriminate that odor of the scent article from every other odor that she's trailing through with the reward.
Let me ask you a little bit about that. So let's say I'm out on the trail and I'm lost, but at the trailhead I drop my water bottle and it has my name on it. And everyone knows it's my water bottle. Can you use that water bottle to help trail with Selah to try to find me?
If I could find something else that wasn't out exposed, I would use that instead.
What would be some good examples?
A good example is, well, we've used everything when training Selah, from lipstick to an article of clothing to gloves to a headband to, in those old Nalgene's when you had that little plastic thing you stick in there, I use those. We tried to vary everything from small to large.
So all of these items you're talking about, it's not just clothing and things that might get more smelly. It's actually some hard objects too.
Absolutely.
The noses are good enough to use that kind of thing.
Yes.
And then when you have that known article, can you just explain to the jury in trailing how you would work that article to try to locate the person?
So as I started to say, when she's part of the training process is you have a ritual. When I'd take her from the truck, put her trailing harness on, I'd have the scent article with me, and it usually has a Ziploc container of some kind, and go to whatever my point last seen was, wherever I was going to start my trail. And the actual act of scenting the dog, it's very passive and calm, because the dogs are very drivey and motivated. And so you want to be very calm, and I would reach around her with the Ziploc bag and open it and just let her on her own put her nose on there. Some people put the whole dog's nose in there. I didn't have to really do that with Selah. She would smell it. And then as soon as I gave her the command, was nose down as she'd go. Does that answer your question?
Yes, and then
Okay.
she's basically following the odor in the air to the source.
She follows the odor. Trailing dogs are going to follow odor. They will pop their head up and air scent, but most of the time their nose is down. She came out of the womb with her nose down. She was bred for this. So the odor she would hunt for would be on the ground. She would check to make sure she was on it, but usually we were, especially in the early parts of training, you're going to have their nose, you want their nose on the ground.
And then let's say there's other articles from other people along the trail. Is she going to be able to know that that scent is not from me when I'm missing?
Yes, we would work, obviously in the early part of training, we wouldn't inundate her with all kinds of odor. As she's learning the game and becoming better and better at it, she would discriminate between a cross track, for instance, people walking around an area, other people out looking for you when you're lost. She needs to not follow people that are also on search and rescue. She needs to be able to discriminate to follow you through all those different odors that are out there.
Okay. And let's say I dropped my hat when I was lost in the woods, and she was trailing the odor. Would she be able to determine and indicate to you that that was my hat, so you knew you were going the right way?
Yes.
How would you do that?
She had what we call a trained final response of a sit. If she would find that odor, she usually would go through a change of behavior and either like an alert behavior, more excited. Usually her hackles were up, tails up. We call it rafting. They almost sound like they're snorting a little bit to get the scent up to check the scent, and she would sit.
Okay. And then she wouldn't do that if it was, say, Christian's hat.
No.
You talked about the breed being German Shepherd, but you also talked about the lineage. Is that something that's important as well?
Absolutely.
Judge, can I approach the People's 188, please?
Yes.
Have you seen 188 before?
Oh, yeah.
Brenda?
Yes.
Is that a picture of Selah
Yes.
back when she was in search and rescue?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I move to admit People's 188 in evidence.
Mr. Bogan,
No objection.
submitted.
Can I publish briefly, Your Honor?
You may.
So you had mentioned German Shepherd and then some of the lineage background. So this is Selah?
That's her, yes.
Can you just talk about why that background from her as a dog when you got her was important?
Objection as to foundation. She's not certified in genetics.
She's choosing the dog for handling, Your Honor.
I think she can testify as to why she chose this breed. I think that's appropriate. Excuse me. You want that again?
Thank you, Judge. Why?
Hold on. We had someone coughing and I wasn't close to the microphone. remember what I said.
I remember, Judge. Why did you choose this breed and lineage?
Okay, I think she can testify as to this breed and lineage because she was choosing a dog for scent tracking, and I think it's part of her expertise. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Why did you choose this breed and lineage?
I chose this breed and lineage. Well, I'd always liked German Shepherds. I had 2 prior to her. And I chose this lineage because her sire was one of the stud dogs for the Royal Canadian Mounted Patrol that are world-renowned trailing dogs used in their law enforcement program. And she came along as available, and I snatched her up.
And then also, Ms. Randolph, you talked about training exercises and things like that. Can you just walk the jury through what a basic training exercise might look like? Briefly, but like what you would set out, how you would go about it, and how
Sure.
you would evaluate it.
Sure. We had one type of a scenario, I guess, for scent discrimination trailing. We called it a STAR PLS. PLS stands for point last seen, for an alleged, subject that you'd be looking for. And what that was you would flag out a square area, probably could be anything from like 20 yards, maybe 20 yards square. And I liked to get 4 different people that would enter the square on any one person per side, walk within that square, walk around, and really get it good and contaminated. Then they would, let's say they do that for 60 seconds or so period of time, and then walk out from that PLS, everyone in a different direction. So you've got a contaminated, concentrated area with 4 different odored trails going from there. And they could, as the dog got better and better at the same, they could go longer in the PLS area and out further. So then what you would do with the dog, everyone that was participating in this exercise would have a separate scent article that we would get from them, and they would put it themselves in a Ziploc bag and set it away from the training area with their colored flag on it. So I knew if I picked up scent article A, that I'm going to be looking for the person that was, let's say, the red flag. And there was 4 different ones. And you could work the dog 4 different times with this particular scenario. So what we would do is scent her away from the scent articles and cast her around the point-last-seen area. So you have this concentrated odor in this point-last-seen area that's now emanating everywhere, contaminating, and she has to distinguish not only that odor, but pick the correct track that she's going around to follow and find her person. So a lot of times it was nice if we had live people, especially when training was new, because I wanted a live person to be there rewarding her. We're associating this trailing specific behavior with a reward. And as she got better and better at the game, that person didn't have to stick around. They could leave another article of theirs out there for her to find, and it was sufficient for me to praise her off of it.
And so she would go from that primary starting location and go locate either the person or the article amongst other odors.
Yes, and then she could work that same problem a total of 4 times with different people.
Sure. Did you use other articles at times to attempt to distract her as well, like other articles from other people as she did before?
Oh, certainly, yeah. We would use, we had another scenario called staggered starts, and without boring you in the details, because sometimes these got kind of complicated, it would be tracks going through other tracks, other cross tracks, and other items that the dog would have to work through and discriminate through.
Okay. And training records is it typical in handling to keep records of training?
For search and rescue, typical, yeah,
Okay.
sure,
Are there trainings you kept records for and trainings that you didn't?
yes,
Are there training records that you lost?
yes.
Okay. So as you come to this case, did you ever anticipate any work you did in the Redwine case would be going to court?
No,
But did you provide the records that you have?
yes.
So give the jury a sense for what a training record looks like.
Well, a training record would be, sometimes we kept track of the miles we drove, the names of people that were present, the dogs that were worked. When we'd show up at a training, every team, every handler and canine were on a different trajectory. So not everybody was working on the same thing at the same time. Some dogs accelerated faster than other dogs. So we needed to know who was working on what. And so you put in there words to the effect of, well, what's your criteria? What are you looking for to do with your dog? What are the goals that you wish to accomplish? And then let's say, for example, that's our PLS that we had up there. I put that up. Sometimes I might draw it out. Sometimes I might not. And just to show what she did. Then if there was an area that she needed to work on, you'd want to mark that in there and tell how she did with that, what you want to work on next time, what your goals and objectives would be for the next time. Because you're always wanting to progress for the dog to become better and better.
Do you indicate on there, in addition to the circumstances of the testing, whether there's misses or whether there's accurate alerts from training final responses?
Yes. And absolutely. If she early on would take a wrong track, she'd pick up the wrong thing or do the wrong one, you'd want to mark that on there as something that, and then maybe look at, well, why did she take that wrong track? What was going on? What maybe did I do setting it up? Was there an error? Because you want to make sure you're just distinguishing between the dog get it right and you just didn't see that she got it right, or was there something in setting up the problem that was wrong, or was she just having a bad day?
And then we talked about 2006 starting, so I want to just draw your attention to 2006 to 2013 roughly. I'm just going to be direct about this. Is it fair you could have kept better records?
Oh my goodness, yes.
Do you keep better records now that you're on your subsequent dog?
Yes.
Relevance now versus 2012.
I think it's slightly relevant, so it's okay.
So, but were there some records you kept that when the case became a criminal case, you gave to us, we put in discovery, et cetera?
Yes, absolutely.
Generally speaking, was Selah an accurate dog in a training setting?
She was. Yes, she was.
Did you trust her to the point where you put her out in the field if there was a person missing?
Yes.
And did your team trust her to go out in the field when a person was missing in the woods?
Hearsay.
Mr. Johnson?
I don't think that it is, Judge. It just goes to the reliability and it's foundational, and it's whether she was deployed or not.
Other folks' opinions as to the reliability of this dog is offered for the truth of the matter. Hearsay.
I have to sustain the objection.
Was Selah, given the training you'd done, et cetera, a dog that was actively deployed by search and rescue on rescue missions?
Yes, they trusted her enough to put
So
her.
let me stop you. I don't want to ask if they trusted you or not. The judge had a ruling on that. What I do want to ask you is, based on your experience with her, your training, your work with the team, was this, and you talked about accuracy and training, et cetera, was this a dog that was used in the field in those years if someone was missing out in the woods?
Oh, yes.
So you talked about 2006 was when you first got Selah. By 2010, did you attempt to certify her to see if she could pass the trailing test by an objective party?
Yes. We, because I've been training out of state a lot in terms of seminars, we didn't really have a testing authority. There really isn't one here in Colorado. And so, I went up to Montana and had her tested up there.
Okay. And was that an independent evaluator doing that testing?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'm going to move to approach of People's 186.
All right.
So, Ms. Randolph, have you seen People's 186 before?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a trailing certification from May of 2010 when you brought her to Montana to be tested for certification?
Yes. There was another copy where the second evaluator had signed, but separately.
Judge, I don't think this is responsive or foundational. It's kind of self-help rehab.
Well, I don't know about that, but let's just answer his questions.
Sure. There's a signature on there by Chris Goodhue.
Yes.
Is that the evaluator?
She was one of them, yes.
Okay. And you have a second copy that would have an additional signature on it?
Yes.
Can you look at that document and see if it's otherwise consistent with the certification you received, et cetera?
It's consistent.
Okay. Is there an expiration date on the certification itself indicated on the document?
Yes.
What's the expiration date of the certification?
May 2012.
So it's a 2-year certification?
Yes.
And to be clear with the jury, by November of 2012, what we're going to talk about, this had expired by its expiration date.
Yes.
Did you ever recertify Selah again?
No. In trailing?
Yeah.
No.
Why not?
I didn't get up there to get her tested.
Is that something in search and rescue that might be different from, say, a police dog in terms of how frequently you would certify, et cetera?
Yes.
Objection, relevance.
Well, I think it's relevant.
So in the search and rescue context, after you passed her through the test, did you continue to work her in the field and continue training exercises, et cetera?
Oh, yes.
So at this time, I'm going to move to admit People's 186 into evidence, please.
Mr. Bogan,
No objection.
submitted.
So it's fair to say to the jury that Selah had shown she could do the test, but also you didn't keep testing her year after year like some other handlers might in some other settings.
No.
Let's talk about the test itself. First, could I publish 186, please? So is this what that trailing certification looks like?
Yes.
And then is there a second page on the trailing certification that shows sort of a little bit about the test itself?
Yes. That's her actual GPS track on the test itself. It starts on where number 132. I don't think the 132, and it moves to the left.
And then is there a third page that kind of explains the criteria if anyone's interested later in what Selah had to do to certify?
Yes.
That third page there, around the PDF, right there.
That's it.
So to be efficient with time, I'm just going to go back to the second page. Can you just explain to the jury what was required for Selah to?
She had to, there was a track laid that was a mile long. It had to age at least 4 hours. At the point last seen, there was another person, whoever was the actual subject, left the point last seen contemporaneously with another person who went in a different direction. There was a cross track, I think 2/3 of the way through the track that had to be, I think, laid within a half an hour before the dog started the test. So it was a fresh, hot, what we call a hot track, laid over this one.
And she was successful in completing everything in terms of the evaluator's assessment?
Yes.
I want to segue to experience in the field. I think you already testified that Selah had been deployed about 10 times in the search and rescue context where someone's lost in the woods.
Yes.
Does she work in conjunction with other teams when there's a scenario like that?
The only other dog she worked in conjunction with ever was another dog on the team by the name of Dark.
And is that another search and rescue dog?
Yes.
And then when there was a search and rescue situation and you deploy her, what does that work look like? Are you trying to locate the person and exclude general areas at the same time?
Yes. We would get a call out for a missing person, and if they required a dog, as the handler, I would go and collect a scent article, go to the point last scene, collect the scent article myself, and make a determination of, you know, the facts of what's happening. Do we have a small child? Do we have a hunter? Do we have lost prospector? What do we have? And that gives me an idea, and so I know what I'm looking for, what they might have been wearing in case we do find something along the trail, that kind of thing, how long they've been missing.
So is it important that Selah is capable of ruling out certain areas by working out in the field?
Yes. If we had a large sector to clear, it may be that Selah was used to get direction of travel for someone, and then another dog would take over after that. While she would go off, this was common, to go off and what we call clear a sector, meaning the sections of the search area that were divided off by GPS units. If she would go and clear an area, one of the things that we trained in trailing was to throw a negative. In her behavior, when she was in a negative area where there was absence of the odor she was looking for, she would hunt and throw her head up, just like she's searching for it. There's nothing here. I could make her go back and finish the area, but if she was throwing negatives, I would call that in.
Was that rewarded as well?
Never in a mission, but yes, in training.
Right. So similar to if she's successful.
Just briefly, if we're done with the exhibit, can it be taken down from publication, please?
So in terms of training, you had said you reward if she goes from that article to the find, right?
Correct.
And you also reward if she clears an area and throws a negative.
If during training I knew it was a negative area, yes.
Okay. And then, so in these 10 missions in the field, was Selah successful in both excluding areas where no one actually was, and also in a couple of occasions helpful in finding people?
Yes.
Objection as to relevance unless there's dates put on this and they predate November 2012.
Disagree.
Thank you.
The dates would be nice if you can get them.
Sure, absolutely, I will. So let's do one of each then. Was there an occasion where she helped with the lost girl in the summer of 2012?
Yes.
Can you just explain that to the jury?
That was in Bayfield. We got a call out for a girl that had gone missing. I think it's Highway 501 that intersects with 160 there. She was north of 160. She was in a car with her mom. They got in an argument and she left the vehicle and ran. There was the first one there at the point last seen. I collected a scent article from the car of the girl's purse that she had left behind. I used one of her lipstick tubes as a scent article. In what I learned from the incident commander in the area, the mother had seen the girl run in a particular area. So I took Selah to that area and casted her, what we call casting her there, similar to what we did in that PLS scenario that I was telling you about, to have her pick up the same scent that's on the lipstick tube. She picked up a direction of travel, and I remember I had field support with me from search and rescue, and she was moving pretty fast. I assumed it was a pretty hot track since we got there within an hour from the girl having taken off. We tracked her through the woods off to the east side of 501 and through Hill and Dale, I like to say, and kept moving. She got to a point where she wanted to cross 501, but there was a lot of traffic, so law enforcement was kind enough to stop traffic. She did work her way through there. Vehicles were stopped. There was gas. Odor cars were running. She kept going, working her way through there, over the road, picked it up across the road and over to 160, where she was throwing some really nice negatives. And so she didn't have scent there at that point. We learned later that after I had done that, and just back up, they asked me to clear an area over by the water tower, which I did, and she threw negatives over there. What we learned later was this girl had been picked up on 160 in the general area and taken to Walmart by, I think, a friend. So I considered that a success.
So where the trail ended was roughly where she'd been picked up, et cetera.
That was my understanding, yes.
And then was there another case with a lost prospector that would have been after this case that you could just briefly tell the jury about?
Certainly.
Objection relevance if it's after this case, Judge.
Well, it shows the sailor's reliability, so it is relevant, but a time frame would be nice.
And when was that?
It was, I believe it was September of 2013. And I had my current dog, he was 5 months old, and Selah was about ready to retire. But I went to this area. It was up about 4 miles north of the trailhead of the Colorado Trail, so it's way up there, at a place called the Neglected Mine area and Deer Creek. So it was in there, highly vegetated. Bad weather had set in. I basically went up there the first night to bring coffee. I wasn't anticipating deploying my dog. But I went back the next morning and deployed her. Sorry, I'll keep moving.
Yeah, let me just focus you in on what Selah did.
I got a scent article that morning from the called him a prospector, his Jeep, and I knew it was his items because the other person that had been lost with him had made his way back, and I was able to communicate with him that this was the gentleman's stuff that who we were looking for. I cast her in really deep vegetation. She started moving down into the Deer Creek area, and I checked her a couple times to make sure we were on the track. And make long story short, she tracked for about 4 miles. We were asked at a certain point if we were sure that we had the correct direction of travel, and I was asked where to put additional assets in the field, and I said just put them, up on the Colorado Trail where we're going to intersect. And we did, and he was there. He was found alive after 3 days.
Okay. Let me ask you a separate question now. You talked about ruling areas out. Was Selah also accurate, and I just want to be general about this, but over all of her work in excluding areas, was she accurate when she excluded an area that a person wasn't later found there, for example?
Yes.
Okay. Was that ever a problem that Selah would go out and clear an area and then that lost person would be found there anyway?
No.
So Selah's overall ability from training and experience, had she demonstrated to you that she could match a human scent with the same human scent from one article to another or from an article to a person, et cetera?
Yes.
Compound.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So I want to focus your attention in now on November of 2012. Were you involved in the search for Dylan Redwine when he was still a missing child?
Yes.
And was that in your capacity as search and rescue?
Yes.
And were people, other members of search and rescue working together trying to find Dylan?
Yes.
Did that include Roy Breland, Butch Knowlton, Katie Steelman, people like that?
Yes.
I want to focus you in on one specific topic in your search and rescue capacity from November 26th of 2012. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Was there a pillow case that Roy Breland had been using trying to track Dylan Redwine?
That was my understanding, yes.
And were you aware that that pillowcase was something that Dylan had supposedly slept on, and that's why it was a scent article?
Yes.
Would a pillowcase typically, if someone had slept on it, make a good scent article?
Oh, yes.
Were you aware, was it brought to your attention by November 26th that after about a week of him being reported missing, it had led to nothing?
Yes, I
Or-
did know that.
It hadn't led to Dylan,
Correct.
and it hadn't led to any meaningful trail in a direction that Dylan might be.
Right.
So did your unit, in trying to determine what to do next to find Dylan, have concerns about that pillowcase?
I first,
Protection, relevance.
I think it's relevant. Go ahead.
I didn't know there was concern about the pillowcase until I received a phone call from Ron Corkish.
Okay. Were you, let me ask you a different question then. Were you asked to do something to determine if this pillowcase was still going to be helpful in trailing and looking for Dylan?
Yes.
All right. What were you asked to do?
I was asked by Ron Corkish if I could set up some kind of a scenario with Sayla to determine whether or not the pillowcase was what we call a good scent article for locating Dylan.
Is Ron Corkish also someone associated with search and rescue?
He's the president of Search and Rescue.
Okay. And so he's asking you and Sayla, based on your experience in the unit, if you can help out with this.
Yes,
Did you in fact help out with this?
I did.
And then where did you go to set up the experiment?
I went, I think the 26th was a Monday night. It was a regular Search and Rescue team at large meeting. And so I met Ron there, and that's where we were going to set up the experiment.
Where is there?
At the meeting, I'm sorry, which was at the fairgrounds in the exhibition hall.
Is that a big area?
It's a pretty big area.
Is it close to where search and rescue, where you guys normally meet?
Yes, at the time we were meeting upstairs in the general conference room areas up there.
Okay. And to do the experiment, did Roy Vreeland bring the bagged pillowcase to the experiment?
Yes,
And then also, did Butch Knowlton and others from search and rescue bring items that have been collected from Dylan's family also bagged?
yes. When Ron asked me whether I could do this, one of the things I told him was I needed known Dylan Redwine scent articles. And through my conversation with him and previous conversations with him about trailing, he knew how to accurately collect the scent article.
And all that stuff came to you bagged up?
Yes.
So can you explain for the jury what you set up as an experiment?
I set up an experiment in the exhibition hall by, when I arrived, I left my dog in her truck, and I went upstairs to the meeting area. I was gloved, we were Nalgene gloves, and I collected in separate Ziploc bags several different items from other search and rescue people, like whatever they had on them, a wallet, keys, shirt, maybe a glove, various items like I collect search or scent articles, and gathered several. I think I probably got about 20, and brought those down to the exhibition hall area. I was careful to make sure that people who were there watching, there weren't many of them. I recall Ron Corkish being there, another canine handler, Katie Steelman, and the canine handler, Roy Breland, was there. And I had them stay away off to the side. I kept those lights on the side on, but in the exhibition hall, I could still see, but it was a little darker. And so I set those various articles out around in different areas on the floor, obviously outside their bags. I then took the pillowcase. Roy Breland had it in a Ziploc bag. I changed gloves. I grabbed that. I got that from him. I set that pillowcase out in and amongst these other articles on the floor, so it looked like just another article that was out there. I then, I didn't know what I had in the bags that Ron Porkish had provided. And so, I changed gloves and was looking in the bags, and I picked a baseball hat. My thinking was baseball hat, pillowcase. A hat is something also that she's been used before. So I selected that was going to be my first sent article for her. Put it in a Ziploc bag and set it off. Went and got the dog, had her harness clipped, ready to go, and scented her on it. And I let her hunt in there free,
Does that mean off leash?
off leash.
And did you also, how far apart were these items spaced?
I'm going to say
Several feet.
they were like, these two notebooks are probably like 2 feet apart. They were more like 5 feet apart. There was room in there. I used the whole exhibition hall. They were at least 5 feet apart. And then with amongst and around the rows, it was pretty spread out. Because I didn't want to I didn't want to cross contaminate that either. So as much as I could. So I left it all way out there. Just spread it out.
So after you had the whole thing set up is when you got Selah out of the truck,
Correct.
scented her, and let her work off leash.
I scented her with the baseball hat, gave her the trailing command, which was go find, and let her work. She had done this kind of thing in training. She knew, to use her nose. So she hunted freely in and around there, making sure to hit every article that was there. And through no trained final response, there was no alert behavior. There were negatives. I can't remember how long it took her to do that, but when she was done, she came back up to me.
And that included the pillowcase. She had checked the pillowcase.
She checked the pillowcase too, correct?
And then just generally speaking, you talked about off leash and you talked about people staying away. Were those some precautions you did to avoid queuing?
Yes, that's exactly why I did it.
Did you yourself also stay?
I stayed off to the side.
And then additionally, Selah had been in the truck when the items were put out, so she wasn't kind of watching what you were
Right.
doing. So when you got a negative from Selah or no trained final response on the pillowcase or any other item from the ball cap, what did you do next?
The next thing I did was I put the ball cap back in its zip container. Well, I put the dog up first, take her away from the area, put her up, and then I went gloved, obviously, picked up the pillowcase and put it back in its original Ziploc container. I can't remember if I gave that back to Roy or where I put it exactly, but it was away from I can call it this, that's kind of the testing area. And then regloved, I was regloving a lot, and I selected, I think it might have been a t-shirt from the other bag.
This is the bag provided of Dylan Redwine's known items.
Right, there were 2 bags of Dylan's known items. I got the baseball hat from one bag, the t-shirt from a different bag, and I put that out in a different area from where the pillowcase was. I put it out also in and amongst, just like I did with the pillowcase. I treated it just the same.
You said a different area? Is that what you said?
Well, I didn't put it right where I had put the pillowcase.
Actually, you didn't want to replace one item with the other.
Right, yeah. I wanted to put it out there just like another object.
Okay, and what about Selah? Where was Selah when you did this?
She was in the truck.
Okay, so again, she wasn't watching you do this.
No,
And people still standing back?
still standing back, minding, yes.
Now you have items out there at least 5 feet apart, still, I think you said like 20 items or something?
Yes,
And now you've switched it up, and now there's a known Dylan article out there. Pillowcase is no longer out there amongst all those other items in a different place.
yes. So now we have a known Dylan item out there, and I'm using a known Dylan item, the same item I had used the first time.
Then what did you do?
So I went and got the dog, put her harness back on, and scented her just like I did before, gave her the same trailing scent discrimination command, which was go find. And she, again, went through all the different items. She went to the T-shirt. I don't remember. She went to the bag, one of the bags. She went around more, I think the T-shirt was, if I remember correctly, off to my left. She was over there, showed a lot of alert behavior there, and through a trained final response, which was a sit.
So the sit was at the T-shirt?
Yes,
Is that the only item that she had a trained final response on in the warehouse area?
yes.
So generally speaking, in search and rescue, was this experiment set up to build evidence in a criminal case, or was this because you needed to know what articles you could trust looking for Dylan out in the woods?
From my perspective, at that point, we wanted to make sure we had a good Dylan Redwine scent article to go find him.
Did you ever use that pillowcase again in the search and rescue case,
The pillowcase? No,
based on what you learned from this?
no.
And in your expert opinion, what would you tell this jury about whether or not Dylan's scent was on that pillowcase?
I'd say with a high degree of probability that no, it was not.
But your dog was able to find the real article out there.
Yes.
I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Mr. Bogan? Thank you.
If the people would be kind enough to republish page 1 of 186. Ms. Randolph, this is the certification you received from Chris Goodhue, correct?
That's correct, with Tri-State.
With Tri-State standards, correct?
Correct.
And that this certification happened up in Montana, right?
Yes.
Okay. And
Oh, I'm sorry. This test was done up in Denver.
right, off of 36, right?
She came down, yes. Well, I don't remember exactly, you might know.
And as noted on direct examination, the expiration date on this team, Ray Dreves, now Ray Randolph and Sella, it expired on May 2012, correct?
Correct.
And that's denoted on the certificate, right?
That's right.
So this certification had expired by November 26th when you did the exercise that you just described, right?
By November 26, 2012?
Right.
Yes.
And we can take that down then. You spoke about some of your experience in the field, tracking and trailing. You remember talking about that?
Yes.
And obviously this certification is in trailing, right?
Correct.
And the first example you gave was an instance where you and Selah were asked to help find a young girl in Bayfield, right?
Correct.
And the mission of that case was to find a missing person, in this case, a young girl.
We were looking for her.
Right. You're looking for a girl. You weren't looking for articles, correct?
If there was an article of hers to find, yes.
But the mission was to find a young girl, correct?
Correct.
And as you found out, and as you explained to the jury, first Selah threw up some negatives right around 501, the road, correct?
No, maybe you misunderstood me. She didn't throw the negatives until she hit 160.
Okay. Around 160, she started throwing negatives. And then you were informed that, in fact, this young girl had gotten in a car and was driven to Walmart, correct?
Correct.
And you know from your experience in this specific case and expertise that when the young girl got in the car, that's probably why you were no longer able to find any more scent around her, because that scent went with her into that car.
perhaps, correct, or it had dissipated so much, yeah.
Either the scent had dissipated or the scent had gone with the girl into the car, right?
Correct.
And again, that was a situation where you said mission was to find a person, a young girl, and you were deployed within an hour of when she went missing, correct?
Yes. Approximately.
And you had that scent article, that lipstick scent article within that hour.
Yes.
Okay. The other example you gave was the case of the lost prospector, right? Okay. And again, that was another situation where the mission was to find a person, right?
Correct.
And as far as the certification trail, going back to that, your certification in May 2010, we got to see the certification trail and explain what that process was one more time for the jury.
A track was laid about a mile long. I think it had to be at least a mile. And it had to age at least 4 hours. There was contamination at the point last seen and what I call a hot cross track, approximately 2/3 of the way toward the end of the trail. The trail that the dog showed wasn't necessarily step for step the way the person walked. But yeah, that's essentially the track. That was her, what she did.
And that scent trail, am I using the right term?
Yeah.
That was roughly about 4 hours old or less than 4 hours?
No, it had to be at least 4
Oh, I'm sorry. So it was at least 4 hours old. Okay. And the purpose of that certification trail exercise was to find a person, correct?
Correct.
Now, the process you described at the fairgrounds, that took place on November 26th, 2012, correct?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, that was several days after Dylan had gone missing, correct?
My understanding was that he went missing on the 19th.
So you have the exact dates down, so that's a week later.
Yes.
And you take pride in your certification in the way you and Salo worked as a team, right?
It's a relationship with a working dog is not like a regular pet.
Right. There's exactly. And as you testified, your dog Salo was deployed several times to help find people, and I think you even gave a number as to how many times, right?
10.
And because you relied on her, because search and rescue relied on her, because family members of lost folks relied on her, you wanted to make sure that you worked Salo according to the highest standards you could, correct?
Yes. Certification standards are the lowest standards that you train on.
And you worked Salo to swig dog standards as well, correct?
Well, at the time, in 2012, I did not know what a swig dog standard was.
In 2012, you were unaware of swig dog standards.
That's correct. I was training under tri-state standards.
So the curriculum vitae that you issued as part of the discovery case in this matter, saying that you worked your dogs consistent with swig dog standards, doesn't apply to 2012.
I don't think so.
We're looking at your CV, help refresh your recollection.
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness?
You may.
Discovery 18714 through 18717. I'm going to draw your attention to bottom of page 2 of your CV.
Bottom of page 2. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. I don't remember when I became aware of Swig Dog.
Okay. But you are aware of the standards of SWIG Dog and you know what it stands for, right?
Yes, but I don't think that they're governing anymore now, but
You,
I think it's NIST instead of Swig Dog.
but as your CV says, you try to work your dog, at least at this time, consistent with SWIG Dog standards, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware of what those standards are?
Yes.
And SWIG Dog stands for Scientific Working Group on,
Dog ornithological something. I don't know. Scientific.
permission to collect that?
Yes.
I want to talk about your experience in training with scent articles. And can you describe for the jury one more time what a scent article is in this context?
So a scent article is something that is associated with the subject that you're looking for. So it could be anything as small as like a hair tie, your shirt, your socks, your shoes, anything that you've had, that you've handled, that is yours. I don't know how much more specific you need me to get, but this gentleman's red socks are going to have a different odor on them than this gentleman's black socks, for example.
And a scent article can be different material, different fabric, correct?
Well, that's a good question. You want to make sure, like something that's plastic or glass might not be as good of an article as something that's more porous that can retain scent or odor. Because what the dog is looking for are, we call them scent wraps. They're actually just small little cellular pieces of information for the dog. And so you want to keep them, I guess, more porous, like a piece of paper or this piece of plastic I probably wouldn't want to use, but I would use, my hair tie or a sock or something.
And one of the most important concepts for tracking and trailing when we're talking about scent articles, and you're using a scent article to find someone in the wilderness, is that scent article not be contaminated, correct?
You really try not to have that contaminated, right?
And
the actual article itself.
Right. The actual article, you want an article that, as best as possible, only contains the scent of the person you're looking for.
You try that, yes.
You try that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's because if you have a scent article that is contaminated with the scent of another person, that could throw the whole process off, correct?
Well, it depends upon how contaminated, I guess. I mean, I've never done a scientific test along those lines, but if I have, you try to make it as pure as possible. I guess that's my best answer.
You want it as pure as possible because if you have a scent article that has two people's scent on it, the dog might start looking for the wrong person.
Could be.
And the way that a scent article can get contaminated with another person's scent is if that other person touches it, correct?
That could happen, sure.
Meaning if
I pick something up.
I'll go ahead and ask the question. Meaning if I was lost in the wilderness and you and Salo were contracted to come find me, and the scent article that you were provided with was a hoodie that I was supposedly wearing, but had also been worn by Mr. Moran the same day, there'd be a high probability that both our scents would be in that hoodie.
Right, I probably wouldn't use that.
Right. You wouldn't use that, because if you use that hoodie, dog might start looking for Mr. Moran instead of Mr. Bogan, right?
Correct.
And scent articles can get contaminated by touch. They can also get contaminated if someone breathes on them, correct?
Breathe?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a good question. I don't know.
And you provided us with all the training materials that you and Salo relied upon in this exercise, correct? And in your work in trailing scenting, correct?
For the purposes of the November 26th scenario? I guess I don't understand your question.
You provided us your training materials that you relied upon in working with Salo in tracking and trailing and everything, correct?
The materials?
Yes, the articles you relied on, the stuff you've read. The materials you rely upon in your
I see what you're saying. Oh, like the written documentation, I've given you that, yeah, that I had. Other than, in the field, hands-on learning, I can't provide that other than my testimony.
You've also provided us the materials that you've learned from in conducting these exercises and tracking and trailing, correct?
I believe so.
A permission to approach with Discovery 22276.
Yes.
I'm handing you an article that you provided the prosecution to provide to us regarding your expertise in this matter. And that article does in fact say that contamination can happen by other people touching the scent article or even breathing on it, right?
It's highlighted here. Yes, that's what it says.
And because scent articles can get contaminated by touch and breath, it's very important that whoever is using that scent article to find a person do everything they can to keep it free from contamination, correct?
When you're collecting it, absolutely, yes.
And that's because if an item, when it's collected, gets contaminated, it's going to throw the whole process off, right?
Good. Mm-hmm.
And an item, when it's being handled and even provided to search and rescue, if it's not handled correctly, that could throw the whole process off through contamination, right?
Correct.
And it's your understanding that bedding can be a good scent article, correct?
Yes.
And that's because generally people spend a lot of hours of the day in bed, right?
Some more than others, yes.
On their sheets and pillowcases and all that.
Sure.
So generally speaking, that's a good scent article.
Yes.
And dogs can be particular in what kinds of scent articles that they'll actually respond to, correct?
Well, that's why you want to vary it while you're training, so they're not always going, with one, because in the field, you're not sure what you're going to come across, like the lipstick example.
Right. But some dogs just won't use certain scent articles, correct? Some dogs won't alert on socks, and some dogs just won't alert on other items. Dogs are their own individual creatures, correct?
I don't know that to be true, no.
You wouldn't agree with the statement that what works for one team would not work for another?
Can you say that again?
Would you agree with the statement regarding scent articles that what works for one team may not work for another?
In terms of scent articles for trailing, I don't think I would agree with that in my experience in training scenarios.
permission to approach with Discovery 2227.
Yes.
Turning your attention to some of the training materials that you provided the prosecution, that they provided us, I'd ask you if those materials contain a statement saying essentially what works for one team may not work for another. I can show you where it is on the training literature.
Could you show me? I see that. This person says, I have one dog that just will not track on a sock. Confide the Southern California bloodhound handler.
Hold on
Oh,
a
I'm
second.
sorry.
Hold on a second. Hold on. You ready? Okay. Go ahead.
I see it says when it comes to clothing, what one handler swears by may not be another handler's choice at all.
Thank you.
That's what it says.
And because dogs are idiosyncratic, because contamination is possible, search and rescue, and certainly you want to do everything you can to try and minimize contamination, right?
Yes, that's why you as the handler should collect the article yourself.
Right. Turning your attention to the exercise at the La Plata County Fairgrounds, November 26, 2012, and building on what you just said, you did not personally collect the pillowcase, correct?
No, they came from Colorado Springs, I think.
I'm talking about the pillowcase.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I did not.
And by the same token, you did not personally collect, as you just said, the items from Colorado Springs, correct?
That's correct.
And if I understand the first part of the process is you were presented with the pillowcase, correct?
I knew Roy was bringing it, yes.
But to expedite here, the pillowcase was placed on the floor of the exhibition room at La Plata County Fairgrounds.
Yes,
And the pillowcase was amongst other articles that you had collected, correct?
correct.
And those other articles came from other members of Search and Rescue, correct? And you listed a few of those articles that you recall that were used in the first part of the exercise.
Correct.
But you didn't document the number of articles used in that first part of the exercise.
I might have put down there approximately 20. I don't recall.
Approximately 20, right?
Correct.
You would agree with me, approximately 20 is not a finite number.
Approximately 20 is not a finite number.
And by the same token, you didn't catalog each and every item that you collected from Search and Rescue.
No.
So the documentation regarding this exercise, where you're trying to determine if a pillowcase is a good scent article to find a missing boy, we don't have documentation as to how many items were collected in the first part of the experiment or what specific items were collected, correct?
Not other than what I can recall.
Not other than what you can recall.
Correct.
But you understood the import of this mission, correct?
Yes, we were looking for a lost boy.
Right. And the import to make sure that this was on point, well documented, so that everyone could go forward, correct? Looking for this boy.
Yes.
And you testified on direct that Sela did not give a final trained response on the pillow, right?
Uh,
Pillowcase.
a TFR, trained federal response, on a pillowcase? No, she did not.
And then the second part of the process, let me back up for 1 second, forgive me. The scent article that you used for Salo with the pillowcase, that was a ball cap, right?
Yes.
Okay. And explain to the jury where that ball cap came from, how you got to use it in this first part of the process.
Okay. There were 2 bags of collected scent articles that had come from Dylan's house. Excuse me. And I opened just at random one of them. They were the type of trash bag that had a little, you could tie at the top. Excuse me. And I untied it and opened it and just went with the gloved hand, pulled up the one that was on the top, which was the baseball hat.
And it sounds like there were 2 bags of stuff purported to be Dylan Redwine scent articles, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you pull out the ball cap, and that's the one you use, as you described, to scent Salo, right?
Correct.
And that ball cap was in a bag with other articles, purportedly of Dylan Redwine's, correct?
Yes. From what I recall, they were all in a zip. They were all bagged in one bag. They were all bagged, separately bagged.
One big bag where all of the items are, correct?
Correct. All bagged separately.
And then you're telling the jury within that bag, more bags within the bag.
Yeah. That's how I told Ron to tell her to do it.
And what you know about the items in both these bags is that they were items collected by Dylan Redwine's family and friends, correct?
All I know is what I told Mr. Corkish to do. I'm assuming they did the way I expected they did.
Well, on your report, that several articles belonging to Dylan were retrieved by Dylan's family and friends pursuant to SAR President Ron Corkish directive, correct?
Correct.
So the best knowledge you had was that these items in both bags had been collected by Dylan Redwine's family and friends, right?
To the best of my knowledge, I couldn't tell you who exactly they were. I wasn't there when they collected the
Right.
article.
You can't speak to, because you didn't witness how these items were collected.
No, all I know is what I instructed Ron to tell them.
You can't say where they were collected from as well.
I recall something from Ron saying he got them from Dylan's mother. I don't know.
But beyond that, no other specifics.
No.
Now, you testified on direct that you laid out all these items within the exhibition hall about 5 feet apart from one another, right?
Yes.
And were they in a circle? Were they in a grid? Were they random?
They were in kind of I guess a grid in rows.
And it's your understanding that all the scent articles, including the ball cap, came from the same place.
In terms of Dylan's
Yes, ma'am.
items,
Mhm.
his property,
Mhm.
that's my understanding, yeah.
The second part of this process, you sent Salo with the hat, correct?
Correct.
And then you tell her to go free hunt and see what's going on, correct?
Go find, yes.
Go find, that's right. And basically, both of these exercises here, you're trying to find out if the scent on the hat exists on some other materials in the exhibition hall, correct?
Correct.
In the first example, trying to see if the scent on the hat is the scent on the pillowcase.
If she can equate the two, yes.
And then the second part of the exercise, see if the scent on the hat matches what you describe as the T-shirt today.
Yes.
And you would agree with me, it's a very important exercise. You didn't document which scent article you put out on the floor of Dylan's, correct?
I don't recall.
Looking at your report, help refresh your recollection if you documented what scent article you put out on the floor.
Sure. Mhm.
21 pieces.
I didn't mention it as a T-shirt, no.
And you've been trained the importance of record keeping regarding your work in tracking and trailing, correct?
Yes, primarily more so from this second dog, or this fourth dog actually that I have now. Mhm.
But you have within your mind training about the importance of documentation regarding training, certification, and exercises in the field,
As I
correct?
sit here today,
Yes, ma'am.
yes,
And how important it is to have documentation as to how reliable, good your dog is, the team is at these sorts of exercises, right?
as I sit here today,
Yes, ma'am.
yes,
And you've already said on direct that documentation regarding the team of you and Thela is no longer exists regarding reliability and exercises and training, correct?
correct,
And that's because some of that documentation has been lost
correct,
and some of that documentation just didn't occur, correct?
correct.
And as you sit here today and reflecting back on 2012, the team of you and Thela is certified in trailing, correct?
In 2012,
Yes.
yes,
And you know from the SWIG dog standards that you've already told the jury you're familiar with, that according to SWIG dog, the primary goal in trailing is for the canine to detect and follow the track and trail to the exclusion of all other tracks and trails leading to a specific location, person, or article associated with that person, right?
correct.
Trailing is supposed to try and find people, right?
As it says there, people, articles, I forget the third one is, yes.
Persons, location, or articles, right?
Persons, locations, or articles,
Right.
that's right.
And you know from your training expertise and the fact that it says on your CV that you're more than conversant in SWIG dog standards, that SWIG dog has different standards for different activities of dogs, correct?
Different disciplines,
Different disciplines, thank you.
yes,
Meaning the disciplines for a dog trying to find explosives, the requirements under SWIG dog are going to be different for an explosive seeking dog than a trailing dog, correct?
there's a different standard for more forensic type of disciplines for dogs.
Right. And but to answer my question, the requirements are different for drug and bomb sniffing dogs than for trailing dogs.
From what I understand, I don't use a bomb or drug dog, but that's what I understand.
But you're aware what SWIG dogs are and that they have different requirements for different disciplines.
Objection has been answered.
I think it has been, Mr. Bogan.
Now, if we can put up the first page of 186 one more time. Or actually, that's not necessary because that's just do as you go. And this is foundational, the team of Ray Randolph and Sela certified in trailing and tracking, at least from May 2010 to May 2012, correct?
Yes, and it's specifically trailing, not
Trailing.
tracking.
Okay, true. And that certification is not in scent identification lineups, is it?
Well, that's part of the definition of trailing is the scent discrimination discipline.
Well, not according to Swig Dog, of which you subscribe to, correct?
I trained her in trailing as a scent discrimination dog.
Right, but she is not certified in scent identification lineups, correct?
She's certified through tri-state standards, and that is what I trained her under as a scent discrimination trailing dog per tri-state standards.
Right. But you're saying scent discrimination trailing. What you're not saying is scent identification lineups, correct?
Well, I think we're splitting hairs there. They're one and the same in terms of training and what the dog needs to learn.
Well, we're splitting hairs, but another entity that splits those hairs is Swig Dog, who sets the standards for all of these disciplines that you're aware of, correct?
Jackson, I mischaracterized the Swig Dog.
Doesn't, Judge.
Well, that's something I can't rule on. I don't know. Go ahead, Mr. Bogan.
You understand Swig Dog that you rely on and are conversant in has different standards for trailing and for scent identification lineups, correct?
Well, they might have different standards, but Swig Dog is not an active training testing entity. They set guidelines, and they're not, from what I understand, they are no longer the governing entity of NIST. But what I trained my dog in trailing was commensurate with the tri-state standards, which is a scent discriminatory discipline. And a lot of, as I explained to the jury, a lot of our training methodology was to train the dog in scent discrimination and identification. In terms of a lineup, I understand as an attorney that might be a term of art, but if you've got a line of different articles, absolutely that is something that the dog was trained in as part of her scent discrimination training.
She has no certification in scent identification lineup, correct?
She has,
Asked and answered multiple times, Judge. The witness has answered in detail.
I think that's correct, Mr. Bogan.
Now, you understand that, well, you've already told the jury that you work your dog according to Swig Dog standards, right? That's in your CV.
yes.
And what Swig Dog says to get certified in scent identification lineup is there's some very specific accreditations and tests the team has to pass, correct?
Swig Dog is not a testing entity.
But they set the guidelines for those tests.
They set guidelines. They're not mandates.
Well, for someone who works their dog consistent with Swig Dog guidelines, they kind of are.
I worked,
Actually, Judge, the witness has already answered in terms of timeline regarding this question. So this entire line of questioning is misleading.
Go ahead, Mr. Bogan.
It's certainly not misleading. What's going on here is that trailing and scent identification lineups are two different practices. And
Well, I won't assume anything. She has testified that at the time this occurred, she wasn't even aware of Swig Dog. So this line of questioning for up to the time of what happened in November of 2012, I don't think is particularly relevant. However, I'm going to let you, I think you've established, well, I don't know if you've established, you've tried to establish that Swig Dog has different guidelines. And if you want to ask the question that way, I'll let you do it. But in terms of trying to get her to say that they have to be certified, this dog was not certified by Swig Dog, I'm not going to let you go there because it doesn't make any sense.
You understand that Swig Dog, the scientific working group, has different standards for scent identification, lineup, and trailing, correct?
Yes. As I sit here today, yes.
And that's because those are different practices that require different skills according to the scientific working group, correct?
According to them, that's probably true.
And you're aware that according to the scientific working group, there's different standards to get accredited in scent identification lineups, correct?
My understanding.
Asked and answered.
That I think that answer is going to be the same as you had before. So yes, I'm going to sustain that objection. You may need to establish that through a different witness if you can. So let's move on from that topic.
Nothing further for this witness, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Ms. Randolph, let me do some, I'm going to touch on topics addressed by defense counsel. But first, I realized, thanks to counsel, that I hadn't explained People's 186. Ray Dreves, is that just you and your previous name?
Yes,
Okay. So this is a certification for you and Selah as a team.
that's correct.
There was some talk about the pillowcase in 7 days having passed. If someone had slept on a pillowcase and 7 days had passed, is that an odor that your Selah would still be able to work with?
My understanding is, and maybe I don't understand the question, but from the 19th, when Mr. Freeland collected it, to the 26th, it was in a plastic bag in Mr. Breland's custody. I don't think anybody slept on it.
Let me ask you a better question. Let's say, for argument's sake, that someone sleeps on a pillowcase, and if that pillowcase is collected with gloves and bagged and brought to you and 7 days pass, is Selah still going to be able to work with that odor?
Yes. I would have collected the article myself instead of having somebody else hand it to me, though.
Sure, and in this case, if Roy Breland had used gloves and a bag and collected it himself, that's exactly what you would do, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then I wanted to ask you, so in terms of the T-shirt and the hat, those items were presumably not touched by Dylan for even a longer period of time because they came from Colorado Springs, right?
That's my understanding.
And there was still scent on those articles.
Yes.
Is it standard when someone's missing and you're looking to find them to ask loved ones to collect those items?
I know from other teammates around the country that I know, in those types of scenarios where it's not possible that you have one, yeah, it's not the most effective or best way to, it's not the best practices, but I have heard of it being done.
Right. So, like, for example, if you don't have an item to trail with, you might have to rely on someone who knows that person to go collect it, and you'd advise them how to collect it, et cetera.
Absolutely, yes.
But in the real world, there's always a possibility that that item's been touched by more than one person, right?
It could be. You really try to keep it as uncontaminated as possible.
Right. And that's from the point in which you entered the situation on, right?
Correct.
But clothing items, for example, we don't know if his mother picks up the T-shirt and throws it in the hamper, right? We don't.
I specifically told Mr. Corkish it couldn't be something that was in like the clothes hamper with the other families.
With the other families, I understand.
Yeah.
What I'm asking you is more specific. You ask family members to get you the best article they can, but you don't know if something is perhaps breathed on or something like that, right?
Correct.
Do you still work with those articles on a regular basis?
Those that were, I don't trail with my current dog.
Okay. Another bad question from me. You rely upon family members at times, if you have to collect items in a certain way and bring them to you.
Yes,
But necessarily, you're never going to know if someone breathed on it or something like that, right?
correct.
But if someone's missing, that's an article that in the field in search and rescue is still going to be used for trailing, right?
Yes,
And you talked a little bit about SALA working amongst multiple scents because things can become contaminated, right?
that's why we train that way.
Okay. So would you trust SALA in those circumstances to still be able to do the work?
Yes, absolutely.
You wrote a report in this case, right?
Yes,
It wasn't a police report, but it was a mission log for search and rescue, right?
correct,
And you put some of those details in there, et cetera, right?
correct.
And then after that, did you get back to work on the case of actually trying to find Dylan?
Yes,
Did you do that with the pillowcase or the ball cap?
I took the ball cap.
The last thing I wanted to ask you about is just kind of a hypothetical. So we talked about what kind of articles you had available, things like that. But if there were a situation where, let's just say, the defendant was asked if there were any of Dylan's items, the search was sent, and he said no. And they had to ask him for the pillowcase, and that was the best they could get. Would you still try to search for Dylan with that pillowcase?
No, I would have insisted that I go in and get one myself.
Right, you would have collected it, right?
Correct.
But if you were told the only item, there's nothing else, if he had told you there's nothing else in the house that belongs to Dylan, and you knew he had said Dylan slept on that pillowcase, would you go collect that pillowcase and try to use it?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question. Yes.
The information that you get from someone.
Yeah, you want to go with that. I wasn't there, so I don't know the
Sure,
circumstances.
and I'm asking you a hypothetical, right?
Mhm.
But in that circumstance, in that life or death situation, you're going to work with the best item you can get, right?
Yes,
And that's going to be based on the information that you get from the person.
correct. That's what I do with the lost prospector, yes.
Thank you.
Any questions from the jury? Counsel? Question from the jury. SELA certification was expired. Do dogs have to be certified in order to be working dogs like SELA was for search and rescue, or is that just an extra step?
That's a good question. It's not necessary in La Plata County Search and Rescue, and it varies in the volunteer world of search and rescue. It wasn't necessary, but it was something that I wanted to do for her.
All right, any follow-up?
Is that true even today, Ms. Randolph?
That's my understanding. Yes, I understand that with the local La Plata County Search and Rescue Canine Team, there are certain field-ready guidelines that people have to pass in terms of being field mobile. But I don't think that there's a certification test.
And was SELA up to speed at the time of 2012?
Oh, yes.
Anything, Mr. Bogan?
So on November 26, 2012, she wasn't certified, but she could still do this exercise.
Yes, again, the certification standard this is across the board with all working dogs. The certification standard is the lowest standard by which you train. So she was certified. It had expired by May, but her training level was above what the certification standards were.
And what we know from prosecution exhibit 186, she was certified at level 1, not level 2, 3, or upwards from there,
You
correct?
had to start at level 1.
Right.
So that's where you start.
And nothing beyond that. She's not certified, wasn't certified at level 2 or 3 or anything above that.
No, I don't know that there was a 3. There might have been a 3.
Nothing.
Okay, this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
By all means.
Thank you, Ms. Randolph. I always get your name wrong,
I
sorry.
know.
You're free to go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning recess. We will start up again at 10:20. Please remember don't discuss this case amongst yourselves. Wait until I tell you can begin your deliberations to start talking about it. Don't talk to anybody else either. So everybody rise for the jury. Okay, we'll be in recess.
I think it's for Mike. did. You are organized. That's good. Satisfying to be that organized, isn't it? And then I imagine it must make you crazy when we come in there and start moving things around.
Please rise. All right, we can be seated. Mr. Champagne,
Thank you, Your Honor. The people called to the stand, Jim Mizell.
come on up, Mr. Rizzo. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. Have a seat.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Jim Ezell, Ezzell.
And what do you do, sir?
I'm an investigator with the La Plata County Sheriff's Office,
And what is your current rank?
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant. Okay. And how long have you been an investigator at the La Plata County Sheriff's Office?
I've worked for the Sheriff's Office. I began working for the Sheriff's Office in 1979, moved into investigations in 1984.
And
at times you've had different roles within the investigations unit and within the sheriff's office. Can you just give us a brief overview of how that went?
Began my career as a jail deputy, and moved into patrol, and moved into investigations. At one point in time, I was promoted to sergeant, was moved back to the jail for the probationary period, then moved out to patrol, and then moved back into investigations.
And within the investigations unit, did you have a supervisory capacity over the entire unit in 2012?
Yes, I did. I began my supervisory capacity in 1995.
And when it came to the Dylan Redwine case and Mark Redwine case, what was your role during that time period, 2012 and onward?
Was the overall supervisor for the criminal investigations unit.
Okay. And when this case came into the criminal investigations unit, did you have a role in investigating it?
Yes, I did. I managed the personnel involved.
Did you give out the assignments on the case and specific tasks to specific investigators?
I gave out a portion of the assignments, yes.
Okay. And did you also work the case yourself as a caseworker?
Yes,
Okay. I should say as an investigator.
yes.
What I'd like to do with you, sir, is I'd like to kind of go through some topics that have been touched upon briefly, but by other witnesses perhaps, but just get some input from you on those as well. Early on in the case, there was a search warrant conducted at the defendant's home. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that was conducted by the FBI.
yes.
Was there a partnership between the FBI and the sheriff's office? How did that work?
Yes, there was a partnership between the FBI, the sheriff's office, and CBI.
And there were electronic devices that were collected from the defendant's home during that search. Is that right?
Yes,
Were any of those electronic devices the ones belonging to Dylan Redwine?
no,
Other than Mark Redwine's phone, were any of those electronic devices of significant evidentiary value in the case?
John, pardon me, Lieutenant. I'm going to object to foundation at this point. My memory of all of the folks at the house doing that search warrant is also growing stale, but I don't remember Lieutenant Izell being there. I have been corrected on occasion, so that may be, but I think if he's not there, then there's going to have to be some sort of other foundation, or perhaps the court can inquire as to what basis to allow this in, just not hearsay.
One, he's the supervisor. Whether or not there's significant evidentiary value would be within his knowledge. Whether he was there or not, he's going to know what was collected. I'm not finding this would be hearsay for reasons we previously discussed. I mean, it's no evidentiary value. It's already been introduced into evidence. Is anything you're talking about not been introduced?
No, Your Honor.
So you're overruled.
Your Honor, does that mean that the scope of this is the entire investigation because he knows who?
No, not necessarily. This is what you're objecting to. This is what I'm ruling on.
Switching gears briefly, were you involved in a large-scale search on December 8th of 2012?
yes, I was.
And what areas did that search cover?
The search began in the area of Edgemont Ranch on Florida Road, moved north up through the Lemon Dam and Transfer Park area, and continued over to County Road 501 and up into the Vicedo Lake area and community.
And how would you describe the nature of this search? Well, how was it conducted?
It was basically a large group of personnel, both from emergency services and law enforcement, as well as community members. People were divided up into teams and progressed up the roadways along the sides, up into the areas that I described previously. And investigators were put into vehicles and maintained basically a roving patrol or contact to meet with various teams should they found anything of interest.
I showed you a map of that search. Would you recognize it?
Yes.
Exhibit 498. If I may approach?
You may.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Judge, I'm gonna need to look at that. I'm confident we had a copy at one point. I'm not seeing it.
All right, that's fine.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the areas that were searched on December 8th, 2012?
Yes, it is.
Move to introduce.
Any objection?
Relevant.
It shows the extent of the investigation, which is relevant. It's admitted.
Thank you. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing the map here to the jury, if you could just come down with the pointer and just give us a couple of geographic locations so the jury can orient themselves. Where did the search begin on the far left side of the screen?
The search began over here in the area of Edgemont Ranch and progressed up Florida Road.
Okay. And we see a spur that turns off to the left there, about 2/3 of the way up Florida Road, and leading up to some text up there. What area was that?
This is the Lemon Dam area and Transfer Park area.
Okay. And did the search continue on up into the Vallecito area?
Yes, it did.
Okay, great. You can have a seat, sir. Thank you. This map highlights essentially the roadway. Was this what we can call a roadway search or road search?
Yes.
And how far off the road in either direction did the searchers, how far were they instructed to search?
Basically, it was to follow along the sides of the road and out into the properties adjacent on either side of the road as far as they could within about 15, 20 feet or so.
Now, did Mark Redwine participate in this search?
Yes, he did.
And which area did he search in?
He searched up in the area of the Lemon Dam, right near the intersection, is where I saw his team searching the intersection with the road that goes up to Lemon Dam with Florida Road.
To your knowledge, did he ever volunteer or participate in any other law enforcement searches before or after this event?
Objection. That would call for speculation and beyond what this individual witness knows.
He was in charge of the investigation. It was limited to his knowledge. You're overruled.
To your knowledge, did Mark Redwine ever participate or volunteer in any other law enforcement searches before or after this event?
He did not.
Did you ever instruct Mark Redwine that he was not permitted to join the search efforts?
I did not.
Did you ever order him to stay home on the night of November 19th and afterwards in case Redwine called into the landline?
No.
To your knowledge, did anyone else ever instruct Mark Redwine that he was not permitted to join the search efforts?
No.
To your knowledge, did anyone else ever?
That's beyond what this witness would know. He cannot know what every law enforcement official told Mr. Redwine and Mr. Redwine's other family.
I understand that if he were there, he would know what was going on at the time it happened, but I tend to agree with Mr. Moran at this point.
Okay, I can ask a different question, Judge.
Right.
Did you inquire of the law enforcement involved in this case that was under your supervision of whether they ever instructed Mark Redwine to stay home in case Dylan called in on the landline?
I did.
And did you also inquire of the law enforcement under your supervision whether Mark Redwine was instructed by anybody that he needed to stay home and not join the search efforts?
I did.
To your knowledge, did anybody ever do that?
That would be the same objection then from Mr.
Okay, I'll stop there.
That's your say.
That's fine.
I mean, we approach.
Well, he's stopping there. Do you still need to?
Please.
All right. Go ahead.
Thank you. And the folks we're talking about specifically are the folks under your direct supervision, right? The investigators?
Correct.
Part of your investigation, were you able to eliminate the involvement in this case of any sex offenders registered in LaFlorida County?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, that's going to open the door to a whole Pandora's box of information. The efforts that, well, you should approach them.
All right. Come on up. Sure. Hold on, I gotta go find what the last question was. I don't. went too far, so I gotta find it. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, after talking to the attorneys, I'm ordering that you disregard Lieutenant Azell's answer regarding the elimination of sex offenders as suspects in this case. So you're not to consider that for any purpose, one way or the other. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Let's turn to the Middle Mountain search in 2013. During that search in Middle Mountain, there were bones that were found up on the mountainside, both animal and human bones. Why were those bones removed from the mountain instead of leaving them in place?
Two purposes, one to secure them, and the other was to determine if they were human or non-human.
And how did you go about determining if they were human or non-human?
We took the bones to anthropologist Don Mulhern.
And when you learned that the bones were in fact human, did you contact the coroner?
Yes,
Did the coroner ever come up to the area where the bones were found?
she came up into the general area, viewed the area.
Did she choose to get actively involved in the search?
No,
Did she exert any authority or rights to take possession of the remains?
no.
And what instructions, if any, did she give you in the event that you might find more remains?
Just to keep her advised.
After you found out that the remains were human, did you ever conduct an excavation at the remain site?
We did.
Which area specifically and why?
The specific area that we focused on was up near the top of the ridge where the clavicle was found and the scraps of clothing between the two deadfalls. We focused on that area because the soil in that area was very soft. There was a lot of forest dust, and it was it appeared that some of the articles that we had previously found were mixed in with that forest stuff.
If you give me just a moment, I'd like to put the photograph of that area up on the screen for you. Previously admitted Exhibit 331. This is the area that's been described as the area between the two downed trees. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is the area where, if you recall, just which items were found here?
Scraps of clothing, pieces of the shoe, the earbuds, and clavicle.
Okay. And from viewing this picture, can you tell if this picture was taken before or after any excavation was done?
This photo was taken before any excavation was completed.
Okay. And this area, I believe, was identified by law enforcement as the sort of the main area where the remains were initially deposited. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So tell us about the excavation efforts that you made.
We had an archaeologist from Fort Lewis College, Mona Charles. She came down to the scene. She brought an assistant with her, brought buckets and some screens, and the surface in that area was placed into the buckets and brought to the screens, and the material from the buckets were then sifted in order to locate any further evidence.
Okay. Was there also a metal detector that was used over that area?
Yes, we also ran a metal detector through the area.
And that excavation was, did Mona Charles, did she, as the archaeologist, did she participate or supervise, or what was her role?
She participated in it and explained to us what to do.
I want to shift gears. After the remains were found, and the death notification was given to Mr. Mark Redwine on June 27th. Did you participate in that event?
Sorry, indeed.
I'm sorry, did you participate in the actual death notification for Mr. Redwine?
No, I did not.
Okay. But it was on the are you aware it was on the 27th of June?
Yes.
And as what's known as an advisory witness in this case, you've been able to be present here in the courtroom with the court's permission, correct?
Correct.
and you heard the testimony of Mr. Brandon Redwine, is that correct?
Yes,
And that he received a call also on the 27th from Mark Redwine just a few hours after the death notification, right?
yes,
You heard him refer to Mr. Redwine using the phrase blunt force trauma several times in their phone call on that day, right?
yes.
Objection to this line of questioning and just rehashing previous witnesses' testimony.
I'm assuming that he's trying to set up, hopefully, his next question.
That's accurate, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right, go ahead.
Did you ever mention the term blunt force trauma to Mark Redwine at any time during this investigation?
No.
Your Honor, if I may, I think that the way to handle this going forward is to ask that question and not the rehash question.
I agree.
You've heard testimony regarding the location where the skull was located. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you were actually present when the skull was located, right?
yes, I was nearby.
Did you participate in any searches between the remain site number one, where the long bones, the leg bones, et cetera, were found, and the area between that and where the skull was found?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you tell us about those searches?
We searched the area leading up from the remain site one, starting right in the area of the gravel pit, which was a little over, but basically in line with these areas. We searched up the mountainside, approximately 1,500 feet in elevation, and then up to the ridge line overlooking the site of the skull.
And during, do you recall that search being August 11th, 2018?
Yes,
If I showed you a map of that search, would you recognize it?
yes,
People who did with 515? You may. You recognize that, sir?
yes, I do.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the area that was searched?
Yes,
Move to admit.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Clerk publish, please.
Go ahead.
Can you come down off the podium, speak into the microphone, and explain to the jury what we're looking at?
this depicts the search area from the area of the gravel pit and the recovery site one. All of this area in here had been previously searched. We then began our search by exiting the area of the gravel pit, coming to this side of it. 3 dog teams with personnel assigned to each team moved up the slope through the forest, up to the ridge, overlooking the skull site.
And tell us about that terrain. What's the terrain like between recovery site number one and the top of the ridge that leads into Runlet Park?
It's fairly steep in some areas, not quite as steep in others, heavily forested, a lot of loose ground, rocks, pitfalls.
Okay. And did you ever find, well, as you were walking through there, did you find many or any animal remains in that area?
I did not observe any.
Okay. Were there animal or game trails that seemed to be running or crisscrossing through that area?
I did not see any.
And while you were searching that area, did you find any of Dylan Redwine's personal possessions, such as his backpack, iPod, hat, wallet, or phone?
No.
During your search through that area, did you find any more of Dylan's remains, such as his pelvis, rib cage, spine, or other parts of his remains?
No.
Thanks, and you can have a seat. We've heard a lot of testimony throughout the course of the trial and even seen several maps and some photographs of remain site number 1. But did you also create an aerial drone video that flies above those areas and created as an exhibit for the jury to see those areas?
I participated in that production, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about what your role was and kind of how that rolled out?
My role in that was to be a guide to the individual doing the filming.
Okay. And did you, in fact, do that task? Were you with him the time that he was filming?
Yes,
And did you point out to him the areas of interest for filming?
yes,
And did you identify those locations both from your personal knowledge and from GPS coordinates?
yes.
When that video was created, did you feel that the areas that he was filming were fair and accurate to the important areas that he was trying to capture?
Yes,
And after the video was created and you've watched it, do you think it's a fair and accurate representation of the areas that he was attempting to depict and identify?
yes,
And that the locations themselves are accurate to both Mark Redwine's home, as well as the recovery site number 1 and the location of the skull?
yes,
I showed you, you've watched that video, I believe. At this point, we move to admit it.
Well, can you give me a number?
Sorry, 362.
And I have him identify 362 being what he's looked at?
Sure. Presented you with what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 362, which is a disc containing the drone video. You've watched it in its digital version, I believe. Is that correct?
yes, I have.
But I don't know that you've ever watched it specifically off of this disc, have you?
Not off of this disc, but I have watched it in digital form on my computer.
Okay. And again, is it a fair and accurate representation of the area it depicts?
Yes,
Move to admit.
Well, thrilling surprise. I haven't watched what's on this disc either. I suspect that they've been careful with it. If it's what I believe it to be, it's been provided in Discovery. I've seen the drone flying over the area. I would object based on the fact that it's
I'm
not.
going to grant the objection because it has, what is being introduced has not been reviewed as being the same as what was testified to. Did you have another objection to it
Well,
besides that?
let's start there. I'll leave it there for now.
Well, this is going to, well, it may not just be your only chance. There's going to be another chance. So, do you need a recess?
I suppose we do, Your Honor.
All right. How long is this video?
It's like 3 minutes long.
Oh, so it won't take very long then.
It won't. And if it pleases the court, one other option would be for me to play the first 10 seconds of the video for Jim Izell to identify it as the video that he has seen before.
Which is unfortunate. I don't want to have the jury just wait in the hallway, so we'll take a little bit longer.
Okay, Your Honor, as you please.
Send you downstairs, let you stay down there for maybe 5 minutes, and then you got to come back up. So remember my admonitions, and we'll get you back up here as we can. minute we will. I don't care if you let him, it doesn't need to be on the record. I don't care if you let him watch it on the video screen, I mean, it doesn't matter to me if everybody else can see it.
Well, the issue is that you want the disc itself that's being introduced to have been reviewed by him, right?
Right.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the CD player to open it.
All right.
But I think Mr. Johnson's proving that from off.
Okay. Well, we don't need to be here then, Bill. If we don't come back in soon, knock on the door after he's looking at it.
Thank you, Judge.
Right out in the hall. The other hall. Yeah. Okay, good, yeah.
Deputy, I don't know if you wanted to tell the judge, but another 5 minutes.
Thank you. You can sit it for a second. And Mr. Moran, you can put your jacket on. The jury's coming in a second. And are you gonna have any, do you want to deal with any other objections now, or do you want to just wait till the jury comes in? And maybe you don't have any others besides what you've already said.
The videos, it seems like, are clear. The objection is just that this drone takes a pretty narrow view of the evidence, so I think it's unduly highlighting certain evidence. So under 403, we object to this piece of evidence. We have all these maps that I think tell a better story, so we're, I think, confusing the jury with this piece of evidence.
I think the importance of this, based on what I think it's going to show, and I guess because I haven't seen it, is the ruggedness and steepness of the terrain and distances, which will show up better than that. So I do think it's relevant. And so with that, lay the foundation, it'll be admitted.
Thank you, Judge.
And we'll have the jury come in. Everybody rise, please. Right outside. Come in. All right, we can be seated. Mr. Champagne.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were discussing this drone video that was created by you, as well as some other folks are helping you. There are 3 sites identified in the drone video. What does site number 1 represent?
Site number 1 represents Mark Redwine's home.
Okay, and site number 2?
What's been described as the dump site.
And, excuse me, site number 3?
What's been described as the site of the skull.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You haven't admitted it yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. Move to admit and permission to publish.
You haven't laid the foundation yet.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you said over the break, that I had laid the foundation. Is that the disc that you viewed out in the hallway in the past couple of minutes?
Yes, it is.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the area?
Yes.
Is that consistent with the video that you've seen based off this laptop?
Yes.
Is it in fact exactly the same video that you saw on the laptop?
Yes.
We should admit.
All right. It'll be admitted. So, and I forgot what number it was.
362, then.
Thank you.
Permission to publish?
Yes, 362 is admitted.
All right. I'm going to stop the video at various times just to point out some landmarks for the jury. So we're beginning it now. Obviously, site number 1, as the text box reads, is that Mark Redwine's home?
Yes, it is.
And there seems to be a roadway kind of passing off to the left. What road is that?
That's County Road 500.
And obviously, this video is taken in the winter. But let's keep going. I'll stop there. This is the view above Mark Redwine's home, looking out on which area?
It's overlooking Middle Mountain in the general direction of Site 2 and Site 3.
And just to be clear, do you see any obvious trails that are snaking across this terrain?
No.
Stopped it at the 11-second mark. Well, there's 2 more indicators that have come up for the jury. Could you explain those?
Site 2, as I said a little while ago, that's been previously described as the dump site. Site 3 is the site of the skull. It's actually on the other side of the ridge.
Okay, and could you just come down and just point out that ridge line for us so we understand?
This is the ridge line up here. The skull is actually down on the other side of that ridge line.
Three 362. Paused it at the 111 mark. Obviously, we've seen that Site 2 comes up on the screen there. Is that the terrain to the left side of that marker where it says Site number 2, where many of the remains were found, the femurs and the tibia and the shoe, et cetera?
Yes, this steep drainage.
And I've stopped it at the 123 mark. We see the steep drainage on the left, and it looks like an area of clearer snow. Can you kind of show us where the trail is that comes in from the roadway?
This is Middle Mountain Road here. This portion, as you're going up the mountain, this is the northbound portion. It makes a sharp right turn here to go back towards the east. The ATV trail comes in approximately in this curve, comes down a short distance, and then travels south back towards Bear Eye Park. Where it turns and curves back to the south is where the foot trail takes off and goes along this ridge here.
There's 2 snowmobilers in that capture in that screen right now. Is that part of your team?
Yes, it is.
Was the gate open when you went up there that day to do this filming?
Yes.
Thank you. What are we seeing here?
This is coming in off of Middle Mountain Road and going back towards the site.
Now we see an orange marker placed into the image. What is that and who placed it there?
This orange marker is meant to point out the general area of the dump site.
Did you place it there?
Yes.
What do we have going on in this shot?
This is again be traveling back towards the east, going over Site 2 towards Site 3 up over the ridge.
I'm gonna stop it here. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the area between Site 2 and Site 3 when you searched it, in the summer of 2018?
The general terrain is a fair and accurate representation. When we searched it, there was no snow.
Mr. Champagne, would you stop it just for the record and for, I think, for Mr. Moran? Can you give the time stamps?
Yes, Your Honor. This is at the 220 mark. Stopping in 234. We saw a cut screen, and it looks like the same image. Can you explain to the jury what was going on there?
The drone had reached the extent of its distance traveled and had to, the drone operator had to relocate to the top of the ridge here in order to.
Thank you. All right, stopping at the 239 mark. Can you explain to the jury what we're seeing here?
This is looking down to the what's been described as the skull site, site 3 in the video, coming down off of the top of the ridge.
We see large areas and patches of snow. Is that the area known as the meadow area?
Yes, a large meadow here and here, which extends back out towards the Middle Mountain Road.
.304 mark on the video, we see an orange rectangle. What is that mark indicating, and who placed it there?
This mark here in the middle of the screen, the orange mark, that's meant to identify the location where the skull was recovered. And I observed as one of my younger investigators walked into the area.
Okay, we've got a new scene or angle here at the 311 mark. What does this represent? We see some snowmobilers in the foreground. Where are they?
This is the parking area up at Runlet Park. This is Runlet Park here, and the skull site is actually down over the top of this line of snow in the tree.
So this shot is going to represent that parking area across the meadow to the skull site. Is that right?
Yes.
Again, the orange square representing the skull site.
Yes.
I want to ask you just a couple of.
What's your time?
I'm sorry, that was at the 346 mark. I'm going to go back just a couple of seconds, if I may. Mr. Ezell, Lieutenant Ezell, you were present when the search for the skull occurred on November 2nd and 3rd of 2015, right?
Yes.
And this last shot where the camera travels across from the parking area, across the meadow, over to where the cranium was found, is that roughly the same route that the Fosters would have traveled when they found the skull on November 1st? Is that the same area that you traveled?
Wait.
Okay.
He was present when that skull search occurred. It could be hearsay, it could not. I don't know.
That's fine. I can rephrase the question. Is that On November 2nd and 3rd, is that the same terrain that you covered with the Fosters when you were searching for the skull?
Yes, when we, went up to the scene with Fosters, they, indicated the area for us on Middle Mountain Road to stop, and we walked across this, meadow, down to that area with them.
Now, there was a description from the Fosters that they traveled through this area and eventually out to a patch of snow, right? You recall that?
Yes,
And did you, in fact, go to that same patch of snow with the Fosters when you were up there searching?
twice, yes.
Did you see any bear tracks in the snow that day?
No,
And did they report to you back in 2015, when they were there with you, that they had seen bear tracks in the snow?
they did not.
After the skull was found on November 3rd, did you continue to search some of the area before the snow came in?
Yes, we formed, two search lines, one about 100 feet down below where the skull was found, and another line about another 100 feet below that one. We searched, up through the drainage, through the site of the skull, find, and then out to the edge of the tree. And as we were finishing up, the snow fell.
Can you show the jury on this image kind of roughly where you were searching?
It would be back down in the area here, beyond these trees. You can see the slope line in here. We're down on the other side of that, coming up the hill.
Okay, and you said you had two lines come up the hill, is that right?
Yes, we had one larger line of personnel, and then a smaller line of personnel coming up through that range.
And when you conducted that search, did you find any of Dylan's personal items like his wallet, cell phone, hat, backpack?
No,
Did you find any other remains of Dylan Redwine in that area?
no.
And for the record, I've stopped the video at the 3:37 mark for this last line of questioning. Okay, we've got a new camera shot here starting at the 3:49 mark. What does this represent?
This represents, where we found the skull, and, basically be flying the drone back out of the area.
Okay, and we're heading back up to the top of that ridge that you described as the top of the run of the park?
Yes.
I'll stop very briefly and go back just a second. I'm at the 408 mark. On the top quarter of the screen, we see a horizontal line going across the screen. What is that?
This, here.
Yes,
is
sir.
the, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
That's the, two-track road, which takes off from the, parking area on Middle Mountain Road and goes, around.
Four 421 mark. Please orient the jury. What are we seeing here?
This is after you go over the top of the ridge from the skull site, headed back down towards, site 2, which has been previously described as the dump site.
Thank you, Lieutenant Exel. And actually, as long as I've got you standing and ready to go, we're going to talk about a different video that I want to discuss with you. You said you were present when the skull was found, is that correct?
Yes,
And did you return at a later time to the same area where the skull was found in order to create a second drone video just depicting the immediate area around where the skull was found?
yes.
And did you have a chance to review exhibit number 360 to watch that video and see what it contains?
Yes, I did.
And is it in fact the video that you filmed when you returned to the area to conduct that drone footage?
It's the one that I had filmed while in my presence.
Okay. And is exhibit number 360 a fair and accurate representation of that area?
Yes, it is.
And you viewed it and put your initials on it, is that right?
Yes.
You recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
It has my initials on it, and that's the video that I placed back into that sleeve.
Okay.
Placed back into that sleeve.
And you watched the video on the disc,
Yes, I did.
and it's a fair and accurate representation of that area.
Yes.
And you've also watched the video on the laptop,
Yes.
and that's the same video that's on the disc. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Move to admit number 360.
No objection, thanks.
Admitted.
Okay. Move to publish.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, I'm just going to pause it here. What are we seeing?
This is the general area where the skull was found, where the drainage came through, and with all the deadfalls surrounding that location.
Okay, and just for the record, this is the 2-second mark. And we see what looks like water in that shot as well. Can you explain what that is for the jury?
Yes, that's the drainage that's coming, that's seeping out through the ground above that location.
And although you may not have the exact location, can you show the general area where the skull was found among this deadfall?
The general area is going to be down in here.
Okay. Stop it at the 24-second mark. Is this essentially what it looked like when the skull was found on November 3rd?
Yes.
And as we watch this video, I believe you previously testified, I may be getting confused or ahead of myself. Did you see any evidence in this area of this being used as an animal den?
I did not.
Did you see any bones or human or non-human in that area on November 3rd when the skull was found?
No.
Did you see any evidence of an animal scavenging there, eating there, anything along those lines?
No.
Foundation.
I think you do need to lay a little bit of foundation.
Okay.
Experience.
Do you have experience seeing that type of observations out in the field?
Yes.
Did you see anything along those lines here?
Could you tell us what the experience is, would be the next question.
And to the extent there's experience in this area, it's not been endorsed. It's expert testimony that has not been previously disclosed to counsel. We object.
I'm not seeing this really as expert testimony. I mean, but I would like to know a little bit more about the experience, not much.
That's fine, thank you. So the question that I'm trying to get at here is whether you saw any evidence of animal kills or anything like that in this area. Have you seen that type of thing when you've been out and searching and in the wilderness yourself?
Yes, I have.
Did you see any evidence to that effect in this area?
No.
Okay, we're going to continue with the video. Stop the video at the 256 mark. Are you able to see where Middle Mountain Road crosses the top edge of the run? Thank you. Thank you, sir. You can have a seat. Have you been back up to that area several times since that skull was first found, November 15th?
Yes.
Have you ever seen any evidence of an animal using that area as a den?
No.
Have you ever seen any animal or human remains found in that area?
No.
Prior to the skull being found in November of 2013, after you knew that you were going to be looking for the skull, after the Fosters had made their report, did you speak to the coroner about what steps you should take if, in fact, you found the skull during your searches?
Yes, I contacted the coroner before we headed up to the mountain, advised her that the information we had, and she advised me to go on ahead and collect it and bring it down if we found it.
I'm sorry, I may have misspoken. I meant to say the skull of 2015, correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, there were several other searches that were done up in the Runlet Park area, is that right?
Yes.
And that includes July 2016, is that correct?
Yes.
And in that July 2016 search, were you a part of that search?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did you find any remains of Dylan Redwine up there?
No.
Okay. Did you find his backpack, iPod, hat, wallet, or phone?
No.
You've already said that you did not find any of those items during the search in August 2018 between Runlet Park and the remain site number 1, correct?
Correct.
The jury has seen many maps throughout the course of this trial. Have you had the chance to view exhibits number 516 and 517?
Yes.
And do they represent a compilation of the various maps that we've seen throughout the case so far?
Yes.
I showed you number 516. Would you recognize it?
Yes.
Yes. I'm sorry, Counsel, would you like me to grab that for you?
And 17, right?
All right, yeah. You're viewing number 516. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the various searches that were done throughout the years of the entire region?
Yes.
And if I may approach at 517. Yes. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the searches done in the Vallecito region over the years?
Yes.
Move to admit 516 and 517.
Your Honor, I don't know if the court's preference would be to have this done at the bench. I feel a speaking objection coming on.
All right, come on up. 516 and 517 are admitted.
Thank you. Move to publish hearing.
Yes.
And while we're putting 516 up on the screen,
Your Honor, if I may, I would request a voir dire on this. I understand that the court's indicated that it will be admitted as it's being published,
I
but
think that's appropriate based on what we talked about up here.
thank you.
Stick with that.
So it would be helpful to have it out that's coming in, so we could put 516 up, please.
Judge, I'm sorry, I have to object to this procedurally. I think it's problematic for essentially defense to be able to start asking questions about my exhibit without my chance to even direct on it.
You know what, I did make a ruling up here as to what you wanted to say, and I got to thinking about cross-examination. I think I was wrong. I think Mr. Champagne's right. This is a cross-examination issue. I mean, you brought up what you wanted to bring up here at the bench, and so in terms of it being a voir dire situation, it's really not at this point. Mr. Champagne's correct. So
Thank you,
we
Your Honor.
cannot voir dire.
Okay.
Reverse that.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. So we're looking at exhibit number 516 here. And I'm not going to belabor this too much. This is a pulled out view of the entire region. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And the areas denoted in color markings on here, what do those represent?
Those areas that are marked show different search areas that were searched.
And let's move on to 517. And I want to have you step down and get the pointer out. This is an area, a zoomed in perspective of the Vallecito area. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what are the areas in red, dark red, on the left hand of the screen indicate?
This area here, through this, basically points out the what's been referred to as the dump site and the search up to the skull site.
And if I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to be specific and clear with the jury. This area here that's kind of in pink, what area does that encompass?
That area encompasses most of Middle Mountain Road and up through Middle Mountain up towards Leonard Park, which denotes searches that were done by vehicle, by foot, and by helicopter.
And when we look at this map, we're not trying to indicate to the jury that law enforcement has taken a footstep on every single part of this area. Is that right? Many of this area is covered with helicopters, correct?
That's correct.
In any of those search areas, did you ever find any other remains of Dylan Redwine, such as his pelvis, rib cage, spine, or other parts of his remains?
No.
In any of those areas searched in this map and in 516, did you ever find his backpack, his iPod, his hat, his wallet, or his iPhone?
No.
Over the course of the searches up on Middle Mountain, we've already described for the jury several times the skeletal remains and the non-skeletal remains that were found. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you create a chart of those remains to assist the jury in having a better perspective of which remains were found?
Yes.
May I approach with exhibit number 361?
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of both the skeletal and non-skeletal remains that were found up on Middle Mountain?
Yes.
Move to admit number 361.
Objection to 403, this is unduly highlighting particular evidence and notably excluding important other information.
Well, on that you can cross-examine, but if that's your only objection, it is admitted.
It's published, Your Honor?
Yes.
And the jury's heard significant testimony about this. On the right side, what are we seeing here on this chart? Are those the non-skeletal remains, Dylan Redwine, that were found?
Yes,
And on the left side, the skeletal remains, is that accurate?
yes.
At this point, the jury can take this for consideration during their deliberations. I'm not going to ask any more questions about it. Judge, we're heading into the noon hour. I can try to finish up. I probably have about 10 minutes left, 15 minutes.
Let's finish your direction.
Okay. During the course of the investigation, did you come to learn that Mr. Redwine was planning to dispose of the furniture that was in his living room?
Yes.
And what steps did you take upon learning that information?
I instructed my team to work on a search warrant to seize the furniture.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. The basis of this would be hearsay.
Well, I agree, but you need to be a little quicker on your feet. Mr. Champagne?
Your Honor, this is simply to show the investigative step of collecting that, those materials, not for the hearsay purpose or any other purpose behind it.
To inquire,
Please let me rule in your favor, okay? I disagree with you. The way you preface this is hearsay. That's in front of the jury. It wasn't objected to. Ladies and gentlemen, that's something else I don't want you to consider that Mr. Redwine was considering getting rid of his furniture. You could have just gone with, you collected it, and if that's what you wanted, you could have gotten into it if there'd been an objection to it, but there wasn't. So in the future, for the rest of your questioning, make sure that, well, we'll see what happens. Go ahead.
I don't know if it sounds like you don't want any further response on that, Judge, so I'll move on.
That's right. That's very observant, Mr. Champagne.
Thank you, Judge. During the course of your investigation, did you acquire Mark Redwine's work schedule and records from his employer?
Yes,
Were they accompanied by an attestation of accuracy from the custodian of the records?
yes,
Okay, at this point, Judge, we're going to move to, well, let me bring forward Exhibit 135.
Your Honor, I'm gonna have to beg your pardon. But we got this 2 weeks ago now, so it's in another notebook and not in the courtroom. I think I know what it is, but
Can you show it to me? I'd be happy to. Do you recognize that document?
yes,
And are those, in fact, the work records that you received along with the attestation of accuracy from United Pipeline?
yes,
Are they fair and accurate to the originals, other than some redactions?
correct.
You have to admit Exhibit number 135.
Mr. Moran?
Your Honor, I think it's irrelevant and also misleading based on one board dire question, if I may.
Go ahead.
What date does it start? What date did you go back to, sir?
It starts on January 3rd, 2011.
I have some suspicion as to where this is going, but I don't think that something from 2011 fairly makes the point. So we're going to object into 403 grounds. If this is cumulative, unnecessary, misleading, why is Mr. Redwine's work schedule for a couple of years? I mean, it's not been established yet.
I don't know why this would be relevant going back to 2011. It might be relevant closer in time, but maybe, I'm sure you know stuff I don't. So
Would you like me to speak on it, Judge?
Well, if you feel it's appropriate there, if you guys want to come up, whatever you think is appropriate.
I can make a very brief record, Judge. One of the questions or issues in this case is the amount of time that Dylan Redwine and or Mark Redwine spent in the home following the fire in 2010, and these records reflect that.
Okay.
I need to check, but I don't think this goes back to the certificate of occupant. I could be mistaken, but
Well,
that's
you can
what
check on that. You have your own copy, but it was 2011 was sometime during the, and I don't remember what the date was either.
It's my next question.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So, sorry, are we admitted then? Like, can I work with this?
Oh, yes. Okay, I'm sorry.
So, thank you. Exhibit number 135.
Thank you. 135 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And before we go into those records, I want to direct your attention to exhibit number 193, which has been previously admitted in the case. This is the certificate of occupancy in the case. Do you recognize this? Do you recognize this, sir?
Yes,
What was the date on that?
April 22nd of 2011.
So, in your review of the records in exhibit number 135, were there times that Mark Redwine was regularly working outside of the state of Colorado?
Yes,
Were you able to analyze the dates and times that Mark Redwine was known to be present in Colorado based on his work records between April 22nd and November 18th? Sorry, April 22nd, 2011, November 18th, 2012.
yes,
Did you create a chart to help summarize those work records for the jury?
yes,
If I approached you with exhibit number 137 and showed you that chart, would you recognize it?
yes.
Counsel, would you like to see a copy of this? Okay. I'm going to approach you.
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 137. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
Is it a fair and accurate summary of the work records produced from United Pipeline regarding Mark Redwine's work schedule?
yes,
Does it reflect the times that Mark Redwine was working in the state of Colorado according to his work schedule?
yes,
Does it also reflect your knowledge regarding the times that Dylan Redwine is known to be present in the Vallecito house in Colorado?
yes,
Is it a fair and accurate representation of that information?
yes.
Move to admit number 137, Your Honor.
Mr. Grant?
object, may we approach?
Well, I know why you're objecting, but you guys can come up.
If I may retrieve that.
I'll give it to Aaron, please.
All right, I'm going to ask you to walk through some of these records with me. And we're talking about the time period between April 22nd, 2011, when we know that the certificate of occupancy had been issued, and the date that we know Dylan Redwine was at the house on November 18th. What I'm going to ask you to do is describe to the jury, as I walk you through it, some of the dates that we know that Mark Redwine was working in the state of Colorado. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I'd like to refer your attention to July 1st, 2011. Do you see that?
Yes.
And are you able to determine if Mr. Mark Redwine was working in the state of Colorado and for how long?
The schedule shows that Mark Redwine was in Colorado from July 1st through July 4th.
That total of 4 days.
Yes.
How about July 28th? Is that his next work in Colorado according to his work schedule?
Yes.
And how long did he work in Colorado at that time?
Schedule shows that he was in Colorado for July 28th and July 29th.
That's 2 days, correct?
Yes.
Turn your attention now to September 1st, 2011. Does Mark Redwine's work schedule indicate that he was working in Colorado and for how long?
Schedule shows he was in Colorado for September 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Okay.
I'm not certain what's happening. Is this just reading from a report?
He's reading from the exhibit.
The exhibit is inadmissible.
The exhibit that's already been admitted.
No. You're both wrong, okay? 137 is not admitted, which I believe he's looking at, but I can't see him because I'm.
No, I'm sorry, that's not accurate. I don't mean to cut you off,
No,
Judge.
that's
He's looking at 135.
Is it? Okay. Well, then it's okay. Go ahead.
Those days that he's not working in Colorado, what other states is he working in?
He's working in California, Utah, New Mexico, Wyoming, Texas, Mississippi, and Louisiana.
Instead of walking through each time he's working in Colorado and each time he's not, let me ask you a summary question. Were you able to determine how many days that occurred between April 22nd, 2011 and November 18th, 2012? How many days is that? Were you able to calculate that? And if you're not sure, I can show you some notes that may refresh your recollection.
I believe it was well over 500 days, but less than 600.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you some notes?
Yes.
How many days were there?
It's 577 days.
And out of those 577 days, how many days was Mark Redwine working in Colorado?
94.
Can we have that up here?
Yes.
Can we have it now so we don't forget?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did you review the text messages exchanged in Exhibit 480 between Mark Redwine and Dylan Redwine?
Yes.
Did you review the work records as we've discussed relating to the specific time period between the Labor Day trip and November 18th?
Yes.
And in your understanding, based off those two records, were Dylan Redwine and Mark Redwine ever together between Labor Day and November 18th?
On Labor Day, but not after Labor Day.
Okay, so after Labor Day and before November 18th, were they ever together?
No.
Finally, as part of your work in this case, did you compile the data from the various electronic devices that have been examined in this case and presented as exhibits to the jury?
Yes,
Did you isolate that data and create a chart of all the electronics exhibits showing the time period between November 17th and November 22nd, 2012?
yes,
Is this chart supported by the other electronic device exhibits that have already been introduced during this trial?
yes,
Does it include data from the devices of people that Dylan was close to, such as Elaine Hall, Ryan Nava, and Amanda Saxton?
yes,
If I may approach with exhibit number 485, please.
yes.
I've presented you with exhibit 485. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the compilation of the various exhibits and data from electronic devices that have been introduced during this case?
yes,
Move to admit exhibit number 485.
Mr. Moran?
Your Honor, so as I'm paging through this, I'm seeing that the first few pages, it's all taken from, well, the first two lines are exhibit 6, but then the first couple pages are all exhibit 475. Into the like 5th page, and then we've got exhibit 31 for 1, 2, 3. And these exhibits have already been admitted, so I'll make that record just to support a cumulative objection. I think this is unnecessary in the objection.
Well, that record also supports a summary, so it's admitted as a summary.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was asking you, this compilation of data, this chart, includes data from people that Dylan was close with, right?
yes,
Do we see Dylan regularly communicating with those people on the 17th and 18th of November?
yes,
After the 9:37 p.m. text on the night of November 18th, does Dylan Redwine ever reach out or communicate with any of those family or friends ever again?
no,
There's other people who are important to Dylan, but that are not in this document, including Corey Redwine, Kristen Baird, and Adam Harvey, Joe Ceballos. Is there any evidence that Dylan Redwine ever reached out to any of them ever again after the night of November 18th?
no,
Is there any evidence that Dylan reached out or contacted anyone after the night of November 18th?
Asked and answered.
That's a different question. Go ahead.
no,
November 18th, the last night we know Dylan to be alive.
yes,
Is Mark Redwine the last person Dylan Redwine was ever seen alive with?
Objection foundation, there's evidence to the contrary.
Well, there may be, then you can present it. Go ahead.
To your knowledge, is Mark Redwine the last person ever seen with Dylan Redwine while he was alive?
Mark Redwine is the last person known to have been seen with Dylan Redwine when he was alive.
No further questions.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, time for our lunch recess. Please remember my admonitions, which I can't seem to find. I had to pull them out so I could read them to you. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't let anybody else talk to you about it, and don't talk with anybody involved in the case other than court personnel. We'll start up again at 1:30. So everybody rise with your